Hello and welcome to the morning news. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, says the agreement reached between Ghana and the African Export-Import Bank, Afreximbank, is consistent with the parameters of Ghana's IMF-supported program. The IMF Director of Communications, Julie Kozak, was addressing a news conference in Washington.
We welcome the agreement in principle reached with Afreximbank in December 2025. It is in line with the comparability of treatment under the Official Creditor Committee framework, and it is consistent with the objectives and parameters of the IMF-supported program. So this marks a crucial step toward completing Ghana's debt restructuring.
And for many people in small numbers beneath plastic bowls, bottles, takeaway packs mean absolutely nothing at all. Some have never even noticed them. Others just ignore them. But what if these tiny codes are quietly linked to our health conditions, guiding which plastics are safer for hot food and which are safe for cold food, drinks, or for single use? Samuel Yeboah Adams explored the importance of these plastic numbers and their relevance.
Plastic containers have become unavoidable in everyday life. From the water we buy on the street, the food we pick up in town, meals served at events, to how we store leftovers in the fridge or warm food in the microwave. Most of these containers have small numbers underneath them. However, not everyone is aware of the existence of these numbers or what they mean.
I don't really know. Actually, I do check. But because, well, it comes with numbers without no inscription, that maybe this number indicates this. But this one is just an indication of a number without anything, actually explaining to you what the number symbolizes.
I don't know about plastic numbers. When you look at it, some of them is written there that this is microwavable or not. It's going to be show you there, because if you use the one that is not meant to be microwave, you put it inside there, it's going to melt and it's harmful to health.
I didn't even know there were numbers on plastics, so anything I get, any plastic I get, I use it anyhow.
Known as resin identification code, they are embedded in the chasing arrow symbol, normally written underneath plastic containers. They form the DNA profile of a plastic product and serve as a guide on how plastic containers should be used. The resin identification code also indicates to consumers whether plastics can hold cold or hot food or can be used in microwaves. They also inform manufacturers on whether a plastic product can be recycled. In general, resin identification codes tell consumers the safety of what they are consuming in plastics. Regulators say that this gap in awareness matters. The Ghana Standards Authority agrees that resin identification codes are important. Prosla Santua Boateng is a scientific officer at the GSA.
Generally, they are supposed to aid the consumer on what they are buying or what they are consuming. So if you find a bottle with resin code 1, you know that it's made from a PE, and they will tell you, or if you know the qualities of a PET, you know how to use your bottle. So for example, if you buy a bottled water and then it has a resin code of 1, you know that it can be recycled and it is not microwave safe.
The authority says that although it is not currently mandatory, plans are underway to make resin identification code compulsory on all plastic products in the future.
Ghana Standards Authority is looking at reviewing all these product standards and then proposing that these resin codes are indicated in the standard so that in moving forward becomes mandatory. If you look at the international market, you cannot have plastic products on the market without these resin codes. So Ghana is leaning towards that kind of practice.
With growing concerns heightening, the public calls the authorities to educate them on these resin codes.
We need to know so that we know what to put inside the plastic cup or the plastic bottles or plastic bowls we use.
I think we should do more education on it, because it has an impact on the health of our people.
I feel like it's an education that the company itself should actually, do well about.
As plastic remains part of how we eat and drink, understanding resin identification code can help the public make safer everyday choices.
Now, let's take you to Chiana in the Katsina-Nankana West District of the Upper East region, where the absence of pump stations has opened the door for unskilled individuals to sell fuel under poor and safe storage conditions. With the nearest approved filling station located miles away, motorists and motorbike riders are forced to travel long distances, allowing an unregulated fuel market to thrive in the community.
Fuel being sold in bottles, often displayed openly in homes and by roadside, is becoming a common sight in part of northern Ghana, raising serious safety and regulatory concerns. Under Ghana's petroleum laws, commercial oil marketing outlets are required to obtain licenses from institutions such as the National Petroleum Authority (NPA) and the Environmental Protection Authority before operating. These requirements are meant to ensure safety, environmental protection, and price regulation. But on the ground, the reality is different. In Chiana in the Upper East region, there is lack of certified fuel stations, and existing ones are far away, making fuel scarcity a challenge. This has created space for an informal fuel market to thrive. Fusena is one of the several individuals who have ventured into this space. She buys fuel in bulk from licensed oil marketing companies and retails it in bottles to motorists and riders who cannot easily access a fuel pump station. Her customers pay slightly more per liter than the official pump price.
A woman motors to me do hanuma na almost short. Nti enna ba ma adwen say me so me ton kakra ka oba ha na o short wa obeton me so me die. We no me bu ni 16 cedis na ma beton no 20 cedis. Anyway, we bu no 11 cedis na ma beton no 15 cedis.
While the practice is illegal, many motorists say it saves them time, fuel, and long journeys just to refill their tanks. But the convenience comes at a high risk. The fuel is stored in bottles and sacks inside domestic homes, often close to open flames, cooking areas, and other sources of heat. This poor storage practice exposes occupants of these houses and nearby residents to the constant danger of fire outbreaks and explosions.
And also a petrol. Sana ya mi bu a na me dia hye bottom na ma chichere na me dia to motokinum me de pa na me dia besuo na me yi ba me yi ton. We si abontene sa na masa be yi we ade akogum esa na masa be yi.
Fusene's operation reflects a broader unregulated fuel retailing system in parts of northern Ghana, where petroleum products are traded outside the supervision of regulators. The situation has raised alarm within the energy sector. Energy analyst Benjamin Sia explains that many oil marketing companies are reluctant to establish certified stations in northern Ghana due to low sales volumes and high operational costs, leaving communities underserved.
The consumption in these areas are quite low. So because the consumption in these areas are quite low, most OMCs do not want to operate in such areas. I think in terms of rate setting, there should be certain incentives by the government of Ghana through a fiscal policy or by the NPA through a strategic policy intervention. So when you're able to do this, I think it pushes most of them to establishing these retail outlets there, and also bridges the inequality gap between the number of retail outlets in the northern part of the country against those in the south.
He wants NPA to crack the whip to sanitize the space.
The other issue even is that some of these products sold out of regulation or out of law are substandard products. Some of them are contraband goods, some of them are products that even spoils engines. So through education, we deter drivers from procuring these products. And if there's no market for them, I think they will also stop.
Experts like Insia argue that while the informal fuel market fills a critical access gap, it cannot replace safe and regulated supply systems. Regulators, particularly the NPA, are being urged to intensify monitoring, clamp down on illegal fuel retailing, and work with government to incentivize more certified fuel stations in northern Ghana. This includes offering tax reliefs, logistical support, and security assurances to oil marketing companies willing to expand northwards. Until the regulatory gaps are addressed and safe fuel access is improved, residents remain trapped between convenience and danger. Stanley Niblew, TV3 News, Upper East Region.
And now the Vice President, Professor J. Nana Opoku-Agyeman, has called for the rekindling of the long-standing Pan-African ties between Ghana and Guinea. The Vice President made the call in Conakry when she attended the investiture of Guinea's president in Conakry.
Ghana and Guinea have a long-standing relationship dating back to 1966 when Ghana's first president, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, served as co-president of Guinea after he was overthrown. As part of efforts to strengthen the bond between the two countries, Vice President Professor Nana Opoku-Agyeman led a delegation to the investiture of Guinea's president, Mamadi Doumbouya. Other heads of state across Africa and around the world attended the investiture. The Vice President also visited the place where Ghana's first president, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, used to reside in Conakry. Professor Opoku-Agyeman emphasized the historic bond between the two countries and urged renewed cooperation to advance African unity and development.
So much has happened since then. We've had the regional blocks, SADC, ECOWAS, and so on. And all attempts for us to rethink what has happened to our country in terms of the divisions and the importance that lays ahead of us to ensure that we are bridging the gaps and becoming closer and closer. And the two presidents being Secretary and Nkrumah showed the way. So they've left footprints. It's our responsibility, as I said, to carry on the view.
And now relief is on the way for commuters traveling between Busia and Dixikov. The long-standing bridge connecting these two communities is finally getting a new lease of life, with completion expected by the end of January 2026. Irama Smith has more.
The only way to access both the Busia and Dixikov communities by vehicle is via this bridge. But for over 15 years, it has been in such a deplorable state that it was effectively abandoned. As a result, motorists and traders, particularly those in the fishing sector, are forced to take long detours for a journey that should take less than 10 minutes, making travel significantly more difficult for many. However, the Assembly's Legacy Project initiative has now stepped in to bring this long-standing issue to an end. According to the Municipal Chief Executive for Hunter West, Engineer Ebenezer Kofi Edu, the Assembly is addressing problems that fall within its mandate, while it refers those beyond its capacity to the appropriate ministry.
We have been able to fix one of the oldest bridges through the Legacy Project, but that bridge linked between Busia and Dixikov, and from that place it's only like 5 minutes you'll be in Dixikov, and the bridge has been in a very bad state for a long time. We are looking at the ones that are within our domain. So the Elbonkata Bridge is something that we are also looking at, that within the space of our administration we will be able to fix that bridge to be a metal bridge as well, so that we know that that enclave we don't have any bridge issue. Then we pray central government will come to our aid to fix the Free Bridge.
Upon our visit to the site, Michael Kodofin, Operations Director of Adpen Enterprise, the contractor for the bridge project, indicated that according to their plan, construction will be completed by the end of January, with approximately 70% of the work already completed.
Currently, we can say that 70% of the work is done. It's left with only 30%. All materials are on site. It's going treatment, and after treatment, we'll start fixing them. Assurance is 100% that by the end of January, we'll be done and it will be commissioned.
For the residents, the completion of the bridge will come as a great relief, sparing them from the long detours they currently endure. They are also praising the Hunter West Municipal Assembly for responding to their concerns.
That's what we use for our routine. We pass there to go inspect the lodges there, the Echo Lodge, a Hunter Echo Lodge, and then the Scorpion Hotel. So it's going to benefit us a lot because right now we need to pass through the water before going to the lodge. So if probably they've done it, it will help us a lot.
Regional Uniwa into me for Muto Fado. No one saw cows into me Fado. Into what you are, well,
your crane kwa hadie, but enye bibia no moye no aha. Nti aha no eye short se wo de beko hospital. Nti ano no boa ye kese pa.
Irama Smith, TV3 News, Hunter West.
And yesterday, we saw the end of the African Cup of Nations 2025. The 2025 AFCON ended with host nation Morocco losing to Senegal. And we saw that the one decisive goal, which gave Senegal that win, was scored during extra time after a 0-0 draw during regular time, marred by controversy. And that's it for the morning news today. And we invite you to stay with us for the rest of TV3 New Day. My name is Na Ashoko.
Hey, my head really aches. Feeling cold and feverish.
Sorry. I know the solution to your problem. It is Procold.
Procold? I bought some 3 days ago, but I'm not seeing any.
animal
But there are some in
skulls
Ghana. Just go to Malata and all that.
Malata has a voodoo market.
It's not voodoo. They sell all the things that you can use for rituals.
I see.
Where did you grow up?
Where?
Yeah, like...
In Teshin-Triblo.
Ah, okay.
The only time I left Accra was to go to secondary school.
No, you don't have to leave Accra. I mean,
the only time I left Teshin.
In Accra, I think you can find it in Malata, the market. They have areas where they sell some of those artifacts.
So they sell animal head.
Yes.
And
they even sell human head, bones, and all that. That you need for rituals. Yeah.
Is Ghana police aware of this?
Here?
It's not a crime.
To sell human skull?
We live in Africa. I don't know why you people do that.
What do you mean by we live in Africa?
Wow.
We live in Africa. Our foremost religion before the white man came to our coast or the continent was traditional worship.
Yes.
What you people term traditional worship.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you, I'm a fan of Hindu movies, so I'm always watching movies in which they are praying to their gods.
Yeah.
Different ones. It could be cows. It could be anything else. And they have developed their country so much that they have the impetus to invest in other countries. They set up factories here. They perform those rituals same in the factories. And I've worked in 1 or 2 other factories when I was a bit young in Tema, where you have the Indian bosses come and tie a pepper and things like that around the place just to sanctify their work.
I see.
And we still work with them.
Yeah.
We have good international relations with them. And for us, if it is that you have to go and serve a god, it becomes problematic. I think we've been too much indoctrinated. So you have to accept what is yours.
No, the problem is the human head you mentioned.
Did you see
Yes,
that?
I said human hair.
Human hair.
And even the fingers.
Oh, right.
Like the knuckles, the bones,
the fingernails and so on.
Yeah,
you
find
are just
them.
not sold on the open market like that.
Yeah, so sometimes when you go there, they are even hanged.
There's a market for it. So it's called the voodoo market.
Okay, you called it the voodoo market.
That's what they call it.
Okay.
It's called the voodoo market. There's an Ewe name for it, which I cannot...
Voodoo.
Voodoo is voodoo.
Voodoo, yeah.
Okay.
So the same thing.
Right. So that's where they sell all the things that you would need for traditional worship.
So did you get empowered?
No.
You don't take the juju song?
No, I beg you.
Then you just went to chill and all.
I just went on a sightseeing visit.
Okay.
My curiosity got the better of me. But I should say that Charles are Togolese people. The country is very clean. Lomé is so clean.
Yeah.
The beaches are so clean.
Yeah.
The people are so kind and polite. Very law-abiding. They stop. I mean, the motorcyclists stop at the traffic lights.
Oh, yeah.
All of them wear their helmets. They're very respectful of road users.
Yeah.
And every morning, street sweepers gather sand from the road.
Yeah.
Before the full time I was there.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes there's nothing, and I wonder what are they sweeping?
Yeah.
But they do. So it's just compliments to
there's something
our cousins.
there's something about the development in Togo.
Yeah.
Because they use the coastal area as their capital, right? Lomé.
Yes.
And then you have Benin, also Cotonou.
Yes.
All right. And when you're driving from Cotonou to the semi-border in Nigeria, you'll find that when you go to Lomé, they usually would not have difficulties when it comes to is it sea erosion constantly or tidal waves.
Do you know how that is?
No, and it's the same topographical area when you have to make that comparison with the communities in Anglon. So you are from Aplaou, then you are coming to Voja, some of those places. You come to Kata, Away, Anglogan, and some of those places. Tegbi, for example. And I keep asking myself, why is that we have a government in Togo that's able to preserve its coast? And the coast is as clean as the one you find along the Anglo Beach. In such a way that they don't have too much difficulty with tidal waves, and we seem to have.
Yeah.
So we're already behind when it comes to building the sea defenses, etc.
But I saw that. I mean, I didn't go into the community. I just drove through Togo, through Benin to Nigeria, and I saw the sea defense wall. I mean, along the coast, all the period that I drove through, and it looked like really the people there were protected. Yeah. You were in, so you would see better stuff.
The sea defense. So from where I stayed on the beach. The house I stayed in was right on the beach.
In Lomé?
Yes, right on the beach, just after the border. So a 4-minute walk from the border. So I could walk to the border.
Oh, just the Ghana border?
Yeah,
the Togo-Ghana border, okay.
The Togo end of the Ghana border. I wondered whether the sea... I don't know the proper expression, but it didn't look like a sea defense which had been put up artificially.
Okay.
So I wondered whether it was natural or artificial.
Okay, so maybe it's been covered with sand over time. I think they've done some form of preservation.
I see. Yes, because it looks like a regular beach, except if you are standing inland, you don't even see the waves. That's to tell you that the land is very high up.
Yeah.
And then the sea is very low. So even when it goes up, on days or nights, sometimes I spend the nights on the beach. On nights when it seemed like the sea had come up, it was not as high to come onto the beach. And I wondered whether it was natural or artificial.
But there were some parts I saw that had heavy, like big rocks.
Okay.
That seemed like they might have intentionally put them there. Yes.
But they certainly have.
Yeah.
And it also means that it has an effect for us on the other end of the channel. Because once they raise it, the waves certainly will be channeled towards our end of the coast.
Okay.
You know.
Okay.
When you were going, you didn't have difficulties with traffic? Because transport is a big thing, or you drove yourself?
I drove myself.
Okay.
Oh, wow. So it was a 4-hour drive from TV3. From TV3 to the flower border, it took me exactly 4 hours to get there. The road is good. There was no traffic anywhere. Community 25 maybe, just a little bit, around Community 25.
Yeah. With the help of Google Map or...
As soon as we got off air. So I left here at 10:15.
Okay.
And then I made one stop to buy kinky from the boys in Teshi. Because I took food. I took kinky and jollof rice and sobolo from Just Bolo.
Yeah, you can do some.
Because, yeah, I always carry food anyway when I travel. So for the road was good. The border, I think I've already spoken about the border.
Yeah.
Officer Aka and the officers at the Ghana end of the Ghana-Togo border, amazing immigration officials. And people have said it's because it was me. No, it's not because it was me. Because I watched them do their work. Because I had to wait for some time before coming in. And I saw them helping people on the Ghana end. It wasn't crowded. On the other side, I can't speak to the other side. But on the Ghana end, you know.
Okay, that's now what was that?
My thighs on early morning TV.
Right. Now,
anyway,
which one
so
was that?
This is the beach. This is Marcelo Beach. It's a canopy walkway over the ocean.
Wow.
It's called Marcelo. Very nice, very clean. And for some reason, there weren't many people. I was the only one for about 2 hours before people started coming in. But of course, I like quiet beaches, so it was perfect.
Oh, this is nice.
Yeah, it was
Was
really
that sand in the middle of the ocean?
No, it's just blue waters, turquoise. I wondered why the color of the ocean in Lome is different from the color of the ocean in Accra.
But Accra, you know,
in
it's
Ghana.
very polluted. It's heavily polluted.
No, it's just the color of the ocean. Because you see, this is like clear turquoise.
Yeah, I can even see the rocks beneath it.
Yes, you can even see the rocks beneath it.
Wow.
But in...
no, so look at that white thing. Is it like a... Oh, it's waves.
It is waves. It's waves.
Okay.
It's waves. And then I also went hiking up Mount Agu. Mount Agu is the highest point in Togo.
It should be closer to
the border.
Or
yeah, it's close to the whole
area.
Yeah, it's close to the whole area, Palime. Yes, and I met a lot of Evers. It is inhabited by Evers, and a lot of their.
They showed the one. They showed the one I told you about this morning.
It was a bad slip. I broke my ankle, but I was wearing a brace, and so it was okay. But I did fall. It was a bad fall. But anyway.
So which road is it? Ghana
so this is the road from Lome to Palime.
Oh, okay.
It was a 1.5-hour drive from Lome to Palime.
Wow.
Yeah.
And talking about roads, we've been having difficulties with transport, etc.
Yes, Roland.
And over the period, we had Professor Bokpin on Saturday on Key Points with our friend, and he made some emphatic submissions that I thought really should get us thinking. I mean, it's something that's always part of our narrative, where the lack of proper access to roads, transport, and the time that we spend in traffic clearly has been affecting productivity, and we don't seem to know.
Yeah.
And it's something I think that the Francophone countries are doing better. The Francophones are doing better.
I think we have so much to learn from the Francophones.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the period within which I was there that resulted, or I just happened to experience no traffic. But believe me when I tell you, I experienced zero traffic, no traffic at all. And I don't know how that was, because I was in the capital.
Yeah.
But there was no traffic.
For me, one thing I learned when I drove through that place to Nigeria was how organized their traffic system was. The fact that you have lanes for motorcyclists and all these things, that are not necessarily vehicles. And so they don't interrupt drivers or vehicles on the road. And I felt that was really, really organized.
And the countdown traffic lights. Do we have that anywhere in Ghana?
The 3, 2, 1?
Yeah, so it starts from
20.
From 20 to 1. So the traffic light counts you down. So you know how much time you have before the light turns green or the light turns red.
Okay, they have that.
And, yeah, it was across.
It's not like for us, if you jump the yellow, then they say that you jump the traffic light.
Exactly.
Especially the police personnel. Is it the Emmanuel Eye Clinic area? Those
who hide. Those who hide.
They'll catch you right now.
Yeah.
The police bikes that they ride the visibility on.
Yeah. So anyway, back to the matter.
Yeah, I have big issues this morning. So for our big issues, we're talking about Ken Ofori-Attah's U.S. immigration hearing. Apparently, it's been slated for tomorrow, the 20th of January. We want to see what we make of all this.
That's
because
tomorrow.
According to Ghana's ambassador to the United States, that's Victor Smith, he says that Gabi Otridako, hits him up, or they had an interaction, and he says that Ken Ofori-Attah has fears about why he has to return. He could be politically victimized, etc. So we want to monitor. The good thing about the U.S. system is that if you are arrested in detention, maybe for department that are under the Homeland Security, etc., your name will be on the database. So somebody can go there, and verify and check independently. So we want to take a look at that.
Yes. So he's going to court tomorrow.
He's been declared a fugitive of justice for a number of times now, right here in Ghana. So there will be a hearing, yes.
Yeah. In fact,
sometimes in the U.S., it doesn't necessarily mean that the person will be taken to the court. They will do that by video conferencing.
Okay.
Yeah. We do that in the judicial system,
actually,
but on a very minor scale.
Yeah, we have Victor Smith confirming that he will be virtual. And again, another information that came out was that he was fit for the trial.
Okay.
So, he was?
Yeah, he was
fit
for the... Yeah, he was fit for the trial. And remember that his detention center has also been changed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so all these things, I guess, will factor into what happens.
And I think what makes it even deeper, I mean, in terms of our analysis, is the fact that the FBI is now involved. Initially, it was an ICE issue. It was a mainly immigration matter.
Yeah.
But now that the FBI is involved, it suggests that there are deeper matters to be considered beyond only immigration. He has been declared an illegal alien. He has been called a fugitive of justice. He's currently in detention. He has still refused any consular assistance, as Ambassador Victor Smith has told us, that at first his request was that he would not see them without the attendance or presence of his lawyers. And while they waited for him to get his lawyers and so on, he sent another message that he would not see them under any circumstances.
With or without his lawyers?
With or without his lawyers.
I like that.
Under any circumstances. And that's his current position. And so tomorrow, I don't know if these hearings are public. Are they public?
I
don't think that's a bit of the information that we've really paid attention to.
I don't know about that.
Well, but
we'll see how that. They're called ICE, right?
Yes, ICE. Yes, but we'll see how that goes. But our road campaign.
But our latter conversation will be a countdown to the MPP primaries, because it's currently being hot. We have Kenny Japan get connected. Let me say good morning to Guy G.
Is he coming here?
As well as
last time you had
NSO Usu Bempa.
I have a story to tell you. On my first day at work here at TV3, I came to work, coming to understudy Roland, and then I came in and I sat down over there. And Roland had a big interview on that day. It was Ken Japan coming in.
Oh, okay.
And he came in with his entourage. And the first question Roland threw at him. The first question. All right, well, it's time for this morning. We're going to...
You didn't complete the story.
Don't mind. She's lying. It was a cool interview.
That interview, my heart was racing.
Yeah.
And, Ken Japan had 3 hand gestures. This was the first one.
Yeah.
This was the second one.
Yeah.
And this was the third one. That throughout
what is this guy trying to do?
Trying
it cannot be true. Just a normal interview.
Trying to calm down because Roland was just coming at him with hard question after hard question after hard question. And at the end of but it was a very informative interview. Kudos to Roland and also kudos to the interviewee, Ken Japan. He answered all the questions that were put to him. He was not trying to swerve, or what we normally see people do during hard interviews. It was a great interview, and
Yeah.
we look forward to the part 2 since the NPP.
I've been meaning
flat
to interview him. I told his camp, but they never brought him. I think that because the NPP say they have formally boycotted the platform, so that also made them feel reluctant to bring him for an interview. But I met them. I met the team. I asked them, and they said he's not doing main interviews prior to, immediate times to the primaries. So.
Well, I
Which
hope
makes
they change
sense
their mind.
For strategy purposes.
So his camp or the other candidates? Because I've seen the other candidates on other platforms.
His camp.
I saw
his camp. Sometimes when he appears here, you may ask a question or two which will trend wrongly. So they don't want to do that.
Really?
On their communication strategies, which I think is okay.
Okay.
Is okay.
But we've seen some of the other candidates on other platforms speaking and trying to get delegates to buy into their ideas and their plans for the party.
But again, it depends on what
the
service are saying about them in terms of the rank. So if you know that you don't have a lot of numbers, I guess you would easily want to get a lot more press attention. Yes. So
well.
All right.
I think in a race like this, all attention is good because someone will be hearing you for the first time on the platform, even though you're ranking high on the surveys. But our road campaign is still on, our water campaign is still on.
Yeah.
We're still doing the water campaign.
Well, we have seen some positive feedback especially from Teshi. So kudos to TV3 and the team. Some of the comments on social media suggest that the water situation is better, but we will go there and bring you the actual conversation.
Today?
No, not today. The actual situation on the ground. But today, we're going to be talking about our road.
Yeah, we'll talk about, I think, railway.
Transport.
Yes, alternative transport, means of transport aside from roads. So how do we go into the development of our railways and ensuring that they are fit to complement what we have? Because I think one of the main challenges is because you have only road, so everybody is on the road. If you had developed your rail lines or your rail transportation, it would ease the traffic on the road and develop it to an extent that it is effective and not just from like Asoprochona to another place, but really... There's a place called Asoprochona. I hope I'm getting... Chona. I hope I'm getting the pronunciation correct. Yes, I think it's from...
It's the...
Manet area, right?
Yes, just behind Bachona.
Yeah, so I got it.
I see.
It's a stop for the train.
Yeah, I see. Okay.
I think it's one of the railway stories I did many years ago.
But we have one that's working, isn't it?
Yes, I think so.
We should go and check it out.
Yeah.
But anyway, so we're going to continue that conversation on the show today. But now it's time for This Morning.
Yeah.
And we're speaking about Ken Ofori-Atta and his ICE-related matters, and most importantly, his hearing tomorrow. And as Ghanaians, should we expect him back home after the hearing? What are your expectations? What are your thoughts? You may share with us. It's time for This Morning.
And welcome to the This Morning segment. Yes, so we're throwing two questions to you. Ken Ofori-Atta is having his trial tomorrow. We've heard from the Ghana's ambassador to the U.S. that it will be virtual. A lot more information coming out. His detention center has been changed. And of course, we know the fact that he is not willing to have any sort of conversation with Ghana's consular in the United States. So really, is it your expectation that Ken Ofori-Atta, beyond the trial tomorrow, is coming back home? And of course, the AFCON as well, right? Are we talking anything about AFCON?
Yeah,
the fact that Senegal.
Yeah, it was quite dramatic.
Yeah.
We have a caller.
Yeah, we do have a caller. Good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Please tell us your name, where you're calling us from. Hello, Zach. I think you're calling from Volga. Good morning.
Yeah, I'm saying good morning to you and to your cherished listeners.
Good morning to you, sir.
Especially now. I don't know. I wanted to find out whether Nai is from, she has attended Dallas Junior High before.
Yes. I went to Dallas Preparatory School.
Very good. I was a product of Dallas Junior High. I'm trying to call in to find out, but I couldn't. All the time I don't get the line.
Yeah, I went to Darrell Preparatory School.
Very good. We completed in 2000.
Oh, I see.
In the year 2000.
Yeah, I finished in 2002.
That's okay.
Anyway.
Nice to see you on the set. Actually, I'm happy all the time you're on the set together with Roland. Continue the good work.
Thank you.
All right. First of all, let me say good morning to my mentor and my godfather, Honorable Aruna Idrisu. In fact, wherever he is, I say good morning to him. And also good morning to my MP, the Bolgatanga Central Constituency, Honorable Isaac Adongo, and our municipal chief executive, Honorable Roland Ayo. In fact, now, when it comes to issues of Ken Oforiatta, sometimes one easily gets irritated. We get irritated in the sense that somebody who has kept all our finances, our money, he was running it like no other business. He was using it the way he wants. Even in the midst of time that people were saying that he should tread cautiously and even resign, he refused. But he was interested in trying to make good use of the money in order to benefit himself, which was so unfortunate.
How was he benefiting himself?
You remember the data banks and what have you. You know, when he normally goes to the bond market, you know, he accrues a percentage to the company. Isn't it? Now, so people were even upset with that. They were not happy when the issue of conflict of interest was brought against him. Hey, he said, no, there's nothing of that sort. But even with that, now that you have even ended your tenure, people want to know how you have used our money or our taxpayers' money. Come and render account, you are running away. Why is he running away? If there's nothing against you and you know that you have served this country, you yourself say you don't want to abandon your children. Now you are abandoning it and you are staying in the US. Is that your country? So your children should continue to suffer. You don't want to account for your deeds. We are begging with the US government. Even this one shouldn't even be anything that they should want. Try it for a long time. When he appears there, the best thing, since that his visa has expired, they should just bring him back to here. They should just push him in, either in a clear trap or wherever they are going to put him. They should just bring him back so that you try and render his account. If there's nothing wrong with him or he has served his country very well, actually he will be living like ordinary Ghanaians in Ghana. But if he hasn't served this country very well, definitely justice will serve his cause. We wish him well wherever he is, but we are pleading with him. We beg him. He should just come and render account because we want to know where the money has gone to. The cathedral and what have you, all those money. Now we want those monies to serve this Ghana because we need to do a lot of things in Ghana. We beg you. We beg you. We are pleading.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you for that call. We have another caller joining us.
Yes. Good morning to you. Nana Boche from Kaswa. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, Beatrice, and good morning to Roland, and you people are looking great, and you always have a way of writing our days in the morning.
Thank you.
Anyway, Oforiatta, should he come? I think so. He came to work, and after work, all of us has experienced something that he did. For me, in good, he has to come to render. That one is non-starter. They are not too special people than all of us. They are ordinary people like us. So whatever that we went through, he should also go through it. It's simple. That's my take.
Okay.
Thank
you. Straight to the point. Thank you.
What have you gone through?
Roland.
Yes, sir.
Please. We people, especially you, Roland, you have aided these people, eh? The kind of things these people have done to Ghana, the kind of rape these people have done to Ghana. Open your eyes.
Thank you very much for your comments there, your opinion shared. And, well, let me say good morning to all those at the emergency ward of the new Tafo Government Hospital. So we have the in charge, Lily Wilson, Dr. Felix Bwedi Dankwa, as well as Camille and everybody else at the new Tafo Government Hospital coming from Aaron Brasso. says that he's watching us.
Okay. Awimbila joins us live now. Good morning to you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us on This Morning segment.
Yes, come on.
Yes, sir.
I use this opportunity to chip in to say good morning to our Lord in Kusako. That Bokunaba Tigre Abura was not the second in Kusan. Duola, you are when I'm no more of one of an Anamusa. When I'm no good about getting lamb. Coming back to Kenoforiata issue. Yeah, you see, Ghanaians, I don't know why we behave like that. Now, you have now fallen into water. You want to turn to be a fish. That is not your country. They knew you very well as a Ghanaian and gave you that appointment as the Minister of Finance. It's not due for you to come and account for. Then why are you running away? Why you are running away? It's good for him. It's good for him to come if he feels that he's innocent or he doesn't know anything about what is happening. To come and make account for, so that every Ghanaian will be happy, and the party too will be free. The party itself will be free. The party appointed him. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much as well for calling in. I think we have a man from Amomole. Roland, you know how to pronounce that area?
It's the same, Amomole.
Amomole. Okay, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, this is Roland. Yes, this is Collins from Amomole in the Ghana Municipal.
Yes, sir.
Let me take this opportunity to greet Peter Akwesi-Mensah, Deputy CEO of Tema Shipyard, ESC. Before I'll go on to the main issue, look, I'll be saying that TV3, your journalism is undisputed. You are best of the best in Ghana and across. I'm telling the fact. In this 21st century, go ground. Every institution, everybody tune his or her television into your TV3. I do understand. Meaning you are doing a marvelous job and keep it up. I'm telling you the gospel fact. It's not about the way you get opportunity for tuning in, but how you do your journalism is more than beyond. And I'm giving you more than 2026 and beyond. You do more and more and more. Look, about Kenoforiata. You see, these people I don't understand why people are still following NPP. Look, if you said you didn't do anything, come back to your own country, Ghana, and be free. Eh? You see, you cause mess upon mess, and NPP are still there doing their so-called campaign that they are going in for flag bearers to make sure that they will come in 2028. Ghanaians, look, Ghanaians are more wise than today. NPP never again in this country. NPP never again. Nobody should expect NPP to be in this country for anything. They don't have anything to do for this mother Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Collins, for calling us from Amamole. Thank you so much, and for sharing your thoughts with that. Sani from Wali Wali joins us.
Hello, Sani. Good morning.
Hello, good morning. How
Welcome
are you?
to the show. Very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm also fine. How are Cookie?
Cookie is excellent. She'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. And first of all, I also want to greet Honorable Haruna Idrisu. But he's doing well. And the MP for Tamale, himself, he is doing fantastic well. And he has transformed the education ministry very well. I am a teacher, so I'm quite aware of what is going on there. So you should keep it up. Apart from that, you see, let us all pray that can afford in fact, he be brought to this country. Just tomorrow, after the case, I'm praying that he'll fail everything and then he'll be extradited after the court hearing tomorrow so that he comes and account for his stewardship. I don't think, hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
I don't understand what makes him to think that he is so important than anybody in this country. You see, the former president of this country, President John Mahama, he was made to go and face the OST, okay, with regard to, the buying of the aeroplane. We all saw it. So he accounted for his stewardship, though he was the former president. You see, today, Wuntumi and Co are also in the court. Nobody, is doing them anything. They have their day in court. Nobody is punishing them and all that. So what makes him think that after 8 years as a finance minister, he's so special that he doesn't want to come to back to this country? I don't think he's fair to the good people of this country.
Okay.
So they should do well. Like I said the other time, the government also have to enter into the case so that they also show their interest in it to make sure that this man is brought to this country. Okay. And then finally, I want to appeal to our president. In fact, he's doing well. But the Tamale Wali Savago Road, in fact, that road needs serious attention. Okay. When you go there are potholes everywhere. So it doesn't serve well at all. So you should do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that call. We have another caller joining us from Tamale. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. What's your name? Okay, the connection isn't so great there. Sorry, we lost you. Please call us again. Roland, you have some messages?
I have a couple of messages. Esther Wawi, you're celebrating your birthday. Happy birthday to you from Auntie Joy, the rest of the family as well, Esther. And Simon Perez Apedo says, I don't understand something here. And I want to ask who appointed Kenneth Foriata and who was the chairman of who was the economy chairman by then? What do you mean by economy chairman? You mean chairman of the economic management team? Because Kenneth Foriata cannot do anything without his bosses. So why is Kenneth Foriata alone? Please, we want to see him in Ghana because we saw him with Kumi Preko demonstrations and Alliance for Accountable Governor. I'm not sure he participated in the Kumi Preko demonstrations as well. I don't know which of the Kumi Preko you're talking about. Is it the first one? And you go on also to make other comments as well. Money says that Ken Oforiatta should read the Bible to the judge in the hearing tomorrow. And then also he should be asked, why do you want to leave your children, who you said you were their father, to be orphans? Very interesting there. Sheikh Abubakar Napar, good morning to you, says that, please, Ken Oforiatta should be encouraged to return to Ghana. Maybe he's thinking about something else. And I'm making him a last-minute appeal because where he's sleeping currently is not a good sleeping place. He will be fine once he is not guilty of any of the charges. Because he held public office, it is important for him to set the right sort of examples to know. Just like those who served public office in the past were held accountable, he also should know, because he held public office, if there are any undue concerns that have been raised, he needs to account for them. Okay.
Wow. There's a message from Stephen Penwa. He says, good morning, Bin, Na and Papa Ro. To say we expect Ken Oforiatta to return is an understatement. We want him in Ghana. He says dead or alive. Okay, so that's Stephen Penn from Wa in the Upper West region. We do have another caller joining us as well. Good morning to you, sir. Yeah, thank you so much for joining us on the program. Tell us where you're calling us from. What's on your mind?
Good morning, madam.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity given me. This is I calling you from Tamale Central.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for the opportunity given. In fact, let me also pay my greeting to my political fathers. Haruna Idrisu is there, and then Professor Aruna Mosidu, Tamale Central MP, and then Jama FK for Tamale Central, and all the executives inside Tamale Central. Good morning. Sister, you see, I wonder how somebody told us that you are not taking salary the time that you was a finance minister in this country. And then now that you are now a former finance minister, instead of you to come to the country here, so you told us that, in fact, you were not spending the money anyhow. This is my evidence. So like Daniel will also realize that what you are giving that information back is the right direction. Then check money, in fact, all the money that make allegations against you, if you could have this money in our hands in this country here, sister, the YEA, in fact, the YEA, the Youth Champion Forestry, in fact, government will use that money to pay them off. In fact, the Youth Forestry Champions, sister, government owed them about almost 6 months now, some 8 months, 7 months. This current administration. So what don't you come up to the country here? So the government will collect this money from you and use it to pay workers off. You say, what are we doing this for ourselves? Actually, we should come back home so that we'll see whether you spend money or not. So we'll collect the money back and consider our rules and do something for better Ghana.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, we can hear you. Are you done?
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for calling in and for sharing your thoughts as well from Tamale Central. Thank you so much for calling in. There's still some more messages coming in. Okay, we have another person on the line with us. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us on the program.
Yeah, good morning.
Yes, sir. Please tell us your name, where you're calling us from.
Yeah, good morning, bitches, Roland and Na. This is Philip. I'm calling from Pandai, as usual. This morning, I'm not going to talk about appointments. With the issue of Mr. Kenoforata, we need him in Ghana very urgently. Tomorrow, the judge will just declare that we should bring him tomorrow back to Ghana. We need him to come and account to Ghanaians. You see, the most painful aspect of all is the banks that were collapsed. People lost jobs, a lot of jobs. As I'm talking to you, I'm an unemployed graduate. Over 15 years, no job. 15 years. The word is 15 years. No job. And people did holla to get a job. Instead of you restructuring the banks, you've collapsed the banks. People have lost interest. People have lost jobs. In the sense that you said they were doing fraudulent activities in the banking sector. But you as a finance minister, the FML fraudulent activities, the National Cathedral, the swimming pool that was left behind over $90-something million, I don't understand. It's only from a politician that we hear $1 million. Daniel, $1 million is a lot of money. $1 million is a lot of money. Assuming the current exchange rate is 13 cedis, $1 million in the old currency is 130 billion. 130 billion. That's a lot of money. But from politicians, we hear $1 million as if it's 1 cedi. $1 million looks like 1 cedi in the eyes of a politician. Why so? Now, you see, my last remarks is, with the issue of roads and our railway system, I'm staying very close to the Tema and Pakadang railway. I'm in Tema, Community 25. That's where my house is. But I'm a native of Pandai. The kind of railway that our politicians provided to us is an eyesore, it's an insult. It's like a metro mass bus. A small railway. See the Chinese, we have a bullet train that springs from one city to another. We are still in the 21st century constructing this kind of railway. Why, politicians? Why? What is the problem? Ghanaians are suffering a lot. Ghanaians are suffering a lot. And you see, my last thing is, now I will recommend to the Constitution Review Committee that it's not every Ghanaian that is qualified to vote. Are you getting it? Why am I saying this? Ghanaians, you see, in my hometown, Pandai, you have inter-village, like villages around, extreme villages that they don't have light. Most of those people are not qualified to vote. Why am I saying this? Because they don't know what can, like they're not even interested in what can for that have. They're not even interested in fuel being increased. They don't know what inflation is. On the 2024 election, in my presence, politicians were giving magic tip. Magic tip. They go and buy a box of magic tip and give each one 2 pieces, 3 pieces of magic tip in my presence.
Thank you. Thank you so much for calling in.
So we need to review the constitution so that until you have computer university, you are qualified to vote.
Thank you. But let me remind you that the committee is done with its work, has submitted its report, and we've been doing a lot of. We've been talking about it, the various things that have been submitted. Let me read this message from Kwamena Acidity Ahafo Atrensua to you. Good morning, Beatrice. Indeed, millions of Ghanaians are presently enjoying the fuel reduction under current NDC government. We are grateful for the good work of NPA boss lawyer Duji Tamaklu. Special greetings to Honorable Charity Gardner Ahafo, Regional Minister, and Honorable Ishak Daud, MD of Prestia Sankofa Gold Limited. Thank you for sending in your message. Perhaps one more before we go from Kwablanvi of Pokwasi Benghazi, Sedinams. It says Sedinams' arrest in the USA was orchestrated by MPP out of pain and jealous of. Then he says they can't force special prosecutor to jail Sedinam because they don't have power over Ghana.
All right.
Yes.
Let me read some messages coming in. All right. This is from Bolga D. Lion, from Landlord. He says, one must inquire, what does he believe awaits him in Ghana? The sentiment that there's no place like home is profound because home represents safety and belonging. As a Ghanaian, his freedom and rights are constitutionally assured. Absence of any criminal misconduct, there's no legal or rational basis for fear of returning to one's own country. An elderly man behaving like this, all right. More messages coming in. Abaz Abongo sends this message from Offenso. Ken Oforiatta has disgraced the NPP party and the Nana Baromia government. If he has not stolen any money, why is he running away from accountability? Stephen Peng in Wa, did you read Stephen Peng's message?
Yes, earlier.
You read Stephen Peng's
So I have this one from Mejina. Mejina says that, and good morning to you, Mejina. Is while you've been able to call through, I want to speak about the Ken Oforiatta issue, and we must understand that extradition is a legal process and not social media pressure. However, the government of Ghana has the responsibility to act with urgency and seriousness. If there are allegations and evidence, then formal charges must be filed and a proper extradition request sent to the United States. What is worrying to many citizens is the double standards. If an ordinary Ghanaian overstays in America, immigration authorities act quickly. But when it is a powerful person, the process suddenly becomes slow and complicated. This creates public mistrust. My appeal is simple. Our leaders should stop politicizing the matter and follow the law strictly. If Ken Oforiatta is innocent, let the courts decide. And then Joseph Akasokri says that I hereby authorize government to increase the D levy to C2 to 2 Ghana cedis with immediate effect. The one cedi on a liter. Is it because of the prices of fuel? It's quite amazing when you go on TikTok and people are saying that they even go to fuel stands and say that the filling of their tanks by the attendant should be done over and above the capacity, the capacity of the tanks. It's amazing. Sometimes some trends. It's the same thing when the fuel goes up. Government is going to see a lot of shaggy.
But you know, when you travel
and then,
long distance and you buy petrol, and the way the price has come down, you actually feel it and you appreciate it.
Yes, it's true.
Yeah.
If you do long distance travel, especially over the weekends and things like that. So, Master Planner Junior, policy analyst Kintampo says, Ken Oforiatta's lawyer should sign an agreement with government of Ghana to ensure that he will not be treated badly. But my question is, what really is his crime? Really? Well, anyway, Dr. Mahmoud Bamia is number 3 on the ballot paper. Dear delegates, vote for him. And then I also have this one. Coming from Sherry Giovanni. Good morning to Sherry Giovanni. Sherry Giovanni says, I expect Ken Oforiatta after his hearing tomorrow, which I'm optimistic will end successfully, to return home to clean his name. And says good morning to Daniel Inchupo, among many others.
Well, as you try to get in, there's a world-class university right here in Ghana, Rosebank International University, a strong South African university, and a brand of the ADV Tech Group, Africa's largest private education provider with 146 schools across 5 African countries and over 100,000 learners, and partly owned by the World Bank through the IFC. Rosebank International University is fully accredited by the South African Qualifications Authority, the British Accreditation Council, GTEC in Ghana, City Guild UK, and Capsicum Cannery Studio. At Rosebank International University, we offer a Doctor of Business Administration, MBA, Master of Science and Master of Philosophy in Digital Marketing, Bachelor of Supply Chain Management, targeting professionals in freight forwarding, customs, and many more. We offer hospitality and culinary art, available at diploma, undergraduate, and postgraduate levels. Our ICT has BSc Information Technology and Business Systems and IT Computer Application Development, all carefully designed to equip you with the skills and qualifications needed for a successful global career. Our mission is simple: inspiring excellence. Admissions are now open for January 2026. You can visit our modern campus at Airport Commercial or Pebia House, Accra, or apply online at www.riuc.edu.gh. Rosebank International University, building global citizens. Well, and if you're looking for some nice snack, granola bar right here is good for you. Morning, day, or night, it's filling, and you can be sure that it's got all the nutrients you need for a day filled with energy.
Fantastic. Well, we have to go for a break, but let me say good morning to you, Alhaji Nuruddin. You are the lead driver for Ibrahim Mahama, the business mogul of Engineers and Planners. So good morning to you, Rafik, as well. And the finance boss for Engineers and Planners, that's Pai Fianku. Good morning to you.
His name is Pai.
Pai.
How do you spell that?
P-Y-E.
P-Y-E.
The husband is called David.
Pai Fianku.
Yeah, Pai Fianku.
Lovely name.
Yeah.
Well, special good morning also going out to Israel.
Propaganda.
Ochema.
Ochema.
Yes,
Ochema, we need water.
MCE for Lejekuku constituency and the assembly. And everybody watching us from Teshin this morning. Yeah. We're going on a quick break. When we come back, we'll bring you more on TV3 Newday.
And so we're here again telling you *439 hash, *439 hash, dial it, choose option 2, increase the number of tickets you have, become one of those lucky winners as always. Let me say good morning to everybody else who has joined us. We're always grateful that you have. And so we will be looking at all the trending issues this morning. We're talking about Ken Ofori-Atta. The devil is a liar. The devil is a liar. We're talking about Ken Ofori-Atta this morning. And then we'll look at a countdown to the MPP primaries. Today actually is the 19th of January 2026. It also means that we approximately have 12 days to that election. And your election command center will do a countdown to that as well. And so please make sure that you're part of this. So we'll have Professor Smart Sapong, the Director of Research and Innovation with the Kumasi Technical University, joining us. But he's also a researcher. We know that he undertakes a number of these polls to stimulate public conversation at the governance and political level. So he'll be joining us on the conversation on the MPP primaries as well. But let me say already good morning to a number of you who have joined us. Zilis Dwayne, I wish you a good week. He lives in the UK alongside others who are loyal viewers living in the UK. Prince Nania York, I'm sure he's just returned from work. Prince, Nana, how are you? Shadi Maklawe, good morning to you as well. Agongo Roger, I see you on our stream. We're grateful. Kelly Musa, please make sure that you share the stream. Ni Odate Mills, Justice, good morning to you. He's watching us from Finland. And so we have an array of everybody else in the diaspora watching us this morning. Sugri Yusuf Abdullah is also there. Money Ni Money. Buzet Kwesi, Liz Kwansa, good morning to you. And Odilia also is watching. All of you, we're grateful for the opportunity to be alive and to be with each other. Please make sure you share the stream. Let's have some great conversations thereof this morning. But it's also important for all of us to sit with the conversation. Ken Ofori-Atta is going to have his hearing tomorrow. We're told that it's going to be virtual, as has become very synonymous with the justice system in the United States of America. So that's going to be virtual, so to speak. And so we're going to discuss that. I mean, what are your expectations of that? And then we'll do a countdown to the MPP primaries. And Derek, Damien, good morning. Inshiraba Keofori, good morning to you as well. Banoku, I see you. Benedict, I see you as well. But let me just introduce our guest this morning. I have Dr. Kweku Boahin. Good morning to you. Get connected. How are you?
Morning, I'm good.
12 days to the election, he's winning, is it not?
We're winning.
Okay. All right, we'll get time to talk about it. That's why we're here for this morning. And then lawyer Apia Dankwa is with the United Party. Good morning to you, lawyer Apia Dankwa. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great yourself.
Yeah, I'm well. I was watching you over the weekend. You appeared Saturday on one of the stations, right?
Yeah,
Alaji. That's Pan-African TV. Fantastic. And then also Dr. Bernard Tutubuahin. He's also with the University of Education, Winneba, also a researcher, political scientist, political marketing expert as well, marketing lecturer as well. Good morning to you. Thank you.
Good morning, Papa Ro.
For joining us. We're grateful. Okay, so Ken Ofori-Atta, we know what the concerns are, the issues have been raised, but let me start with you. So far, has it been like? Your observation, tomorrow is his hearing, Ken Ofori-Atta.
Let me say good morning to my co-panelists, Dr. Tutubuahin, Lawyer Dankwa, and then to the good people, yourself, Bro, and the good people of Amasaman. And then to my camp members, Nana, Boache, Shotos, other brother Kwame Denchi. They've all been instrumental to whatever we've been doing so far. Now, coming back to the main topic with the Ofori-Atta issue, I think last week we spoke about this, and then you know my stance already. I feel it is in his best interest to come back into Ghana and then where his family members are, his uncles and brothers and everybody else. This is home. It is better to be here than go through all these unnecessary shenanigans that he's going through. Going to court, filing for affidavits that say that people are going to hunt him down and all that. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me anyway. I feel he should come back home and then when he comes, I don't even know what is here. Why is he finding it difficult to come back home? This is home. In fact, Ghana is home.
Well, over the weekend, we had Ghana's ambassador to the United States. Victor Smith said that he had an interaction with Gabi Ochredakon, who is a relative or a cousin to the former finance minister, who says he has apprehensions or fears. And those trepidations then culminate in the fact that he feels he's not going to get the needed justice he needs, or he could be victimized, etc.
You see, this is where I have an issue. What is it that you did wrong that makes you feel that when you are here in Ghana, you would not have the needed hearing, or people will not listen to you? But then, so is it going to happen that as soon as he enters into Ghana, hey, come, then we throw him behind bars? These are charges that, if you may, started with the Office of the Special Prosecutor, with these SML deal and then a couple of other things that they think that he didn't act well as a finance minister. These are allegations. You see, you come, you sit with them, and then you answer the queries or the questions that they will throw at you, supporting it with your documents that you think are needed. And when you have done all these things, I'm not sure that so those SML people that were arrested earlier on, or people that were invited by the Special Prosecutor's Office, have they not been granted bail? Are they not in their homes? And then, if you ask me, as a security person, I'll tell you that the very moment that there's a case and there's an investigation, and then some of your case partners have been released on bail, definitely you also enjoy the same bail condition when you come. So why is he afraid? What is happening? Why is he trying to make the whole thing look so bad? Like here, okay, fine. So is he telling us that that was the same thing that was being done in the S administration and then where people were just hauled and then thrown behind bars without questioning or going through a proper investigation? I believe that it is high time he rescinds some of these decisions and comes back home and then sit with the OSP and then solve some of these things. He's making it look like he's actually committed a crime. In my opinion. Okay. That is how I see it. That's how I feel. That is as if I've really committed a blunder somewhere. So if I can, there's nothing I'm going to say about it, but you throw me behind bars and all this, and all that. You see, Lord Ankwa, maybe you have to help us here. From legal perspective, what I think his lawyers down here should be doing. Because it baffles me. You've taken a higher office as a finance minister. After your stewardship, you need to just tell Ghanaians what really happened in your days. And then, like I said last time, there are a lot of the youth out there that are watching us, that want to see what will happen in this regard. Listen, Ghana is what all of us sitting here have signed up for, to protect, to ensure that Ghana is out there on that perilous road. But then if it happens like, if you're supposed to account for whatever you've done and you are running away, then tomorrow, anybody that takes, it's a bad precedent.
Okay, but you as somebody who is very close to the MPP and a strong member of the MPP, you should rather be rallying behind Ken Ofori-Atta, is that not it?
Yes, if he's not committing any blunder. Yes, if it's here, we can jojo and see how best all of us within the fraternity can help. Okay, but here, he is out there. We want him to come back and he doesn't even feel like coming back. And then, listen, Ro, although I sympathize with him, but then I will see it on any day that I will not support anybody that will take the high office of Ghana as a finance minister. And then when you need to account for your stewardship, you want to be out there running. I will not support it on any given day. Listen, anybody that was in governance that took one money or the other and then squandered money, I would not be out there championing free whatever. I'm not into those things.
Okay.
If you've not committed any blunder and so people are hunting you down, that one, it is incumbent on all of us as a party people to come and support you and then get you out. But if you've committed a blunder and then there's some financial malfeasance here and there, I don't think I will be party to some of those things. I'm not sure I will ever be.
So now that he's going to get a hearing, and then also he has concerns based on what the Ghana ambassador to the United States does indicate, how then do we marry the two? Because an outcome of this hearing could mean that maybe, even if not tomorrow, subsequently, maybe a verdict will be made that he should be deported back to his country.
So let me wish your lovely viewers a good morning. Wish yourself a good morning.
Thank you.
My brother from Kennedy's camp and from the NPP surreptitiously slipped to come on this table, even though the NPP says they have boycotted this platform. I wish my good Dr. Tutubuahi a good morning. Ken's position, as was told us by Ghana's High Commissioner, Ghana's ambassador to the USA, his position that, or his concerns that he doubts if he will be granted justice should he return to Ghana. Essentially tells us that one, he is running away, and most disappointingly, Ken is telling the whole world that Ghana do not respect the values, the principles of the rule of law. His position becomes even more disappointing when you take into consideration the fact that for 7 years, 2 months, Ken was a cabinet minister of the government that was supposed to be, or that was tasked to be the custodian for that period of the values and ideals of this constitutional democracy. High on those ideals being a fundamental respect for the principle of the rule of law. Very disappointing that after being a custodian of these ideals, these principles, he can sit somewhere and throw dust at the giant strides we've made in our adherence to the values and principles of the rule of law. I think he betrays all of us. He betrays the giant strides we've made as a nation. And for me, it further deepens my belief that he did his politics. He was part of a political cabal whose purpose for doing their politics was not because of what is in the best interest of the country, but was an opportunity by them to advance their parochial interests as against our interests, and that they came with their own agenda. They came with their own agenda, unfortunately. And so, clearly, was somebody who's had the privilege of, supposedly, of serving our nation, at the least opportunity, flees the country and then is advancing propaganda That tells the whole world that listen, don't mind Ghanaians when they say they value rule of law. Don't mind Ghanaians when they say they value the principle of natural justice. Don't mind Ghanaians when in their constitution they say that you are presumed to be innocent until proven so. Don't mind Ghanaians when they say that they believe in due process. And he's doing all that because clearly he's just thinking about himself and he wants to run away from the long arms of justice. For me, that's my first reaction. Yes, he's going to be granted hearing tomorrow. The Americans have told us why he was arrested, and they are saying that he was arrested because he breached their immigration laws. He overstayed his visa. Yeah, you understand? And for me, it's shocking the length at which Ken Ofori-Atta is ready to go to flee from this system. This system that over 32 years has shown that it works. It may have its issues, like all systems have. It's not a perfect system. But largely, having lived in this system for the entirety of the 32 years when we took upon ourselves this constitutional democracy, not once have I felt that I'll be denied the values that the system set out to protect. No, we took upon ourselves a constitution, took upon ourselves a constitutional democracy, and the purpose always was, beyond, among other purposes, was to protect the liberties of the citizens of Ghana and anybody at all who comes to Ghana. You understand? Nana Addo took an oath to protect this system, these values. He tasked Ken to help him in discharging the mandate that we gave him. So it's very disappointing. It's very disappointing that Ken would do this to Ghana. Secondly, my concern is how strong are our institutions to guarantee the ideals of the principles of the probity and accountability. Because I've never understood how, even though for some time now, the institution starts with upholding these values and these principles. They were aware of these offenses that Ken is believed to have committed. He sat down aloof and allowed him to leave the jurisdiction. It's very disappointing, and for me, it affirms my firm belief in we taking steps to strengthen these institutions. The guy wrote a letter to the OSP and to the OSP that, listen, I'll be leaving the country indefinitely, and that he's sick, and his lawyers have considered to the whole country that he is unwell. And yes, ICE informs us that he's as fit as a fiddle, and that the ailment, that he's claiming or he's referring to as reasons why he cannot come down to Ghana. Initially, he said he was sick. The issues about he not trusting in the efficacy of the systems we've created to protect
of the judicial system.
No, it's not just the guy says he does not trust in this system we created.
It's not a guy. Ken Ofori-Atta is not.
He's a guy. He's a guy. He's a man. We're all guys. He's a guy. You see, sometimes we make people think that they are more humans than all of us, and that's why we are going through this.
You think that he wants to be treated differently, contrary to
how he's telling you, he's telling me, he's telling the whole Ghana that he's a better human being than any of us, and sometimes we also help them. You know, he's a guy, and he's a guy who firmly falls under the laws of this country, and we should not make him feel that he's more human than anybody. You understand? Because they have this thinking. They came with their own parochial agenda.
You said which people?
Which people? Nana Addo and some of his family members, supported by the MPP. They think they are more human than anybody. They came. You see, I said this. You were my host, and I told you that they came with an agenda which was adverse to the Ghana agenda. They feel that they're above the law, and we see that in what Ijapa Mensah said, that what law in our laws says that people who we've given our authority to serve us, what's called, ought to be held accountable. The guy clearly is running away. And I'm peeved that, see, we have systems. When Anado was coming to power, he came on the back of the need for us to create an office of special prosecutor. He told us that we needed that office so that we will have somebody who is not partisan, you understand, to be a custodian of our properties. Nado came and told us that he was going to be what? He was going to protect the public purse. And the watchman he put there, you understand, opening the doors, Ajayi himself took, supposedly or purportedly, took his share. Now we are asking him, come and let us take you through, subjugate you through our processes. He says he won't come. He says he won't come, and initially he says what? He is sick. Had very senior, learned colleagues, very senior ones. Telling the whole guy now, hammering the fact that he was sick. Only for us to tell us that the guy is as fit as a fiddle. And I'll refer it again. The guy is as fit as a fiddle. And
just addressing Mr. Furiata.
Yeah, son. He's as fit as a fiddle. And now he's telling us that this system that I was meant to be a custodian of, this system that I took an oath to be faithful to, this system that I said I was going to protect, preserve, this system can't be trusted. It can't be trusted to protect my liberties. And we are sitting here and talking and laughing at him, and then you understand. Listen, so tomorrow he will go. But should he go? You see, things can go either ways. Should he go, and should he not come back? What frantic and serious effort is being taken by the government of Ghana, by the government of Ghana to secure justice for us? Because we all look at this from one point of view. But you see, in every criminal case, it's the Republic versus somebody who is accused. And we go to court because we want to secure justice for the Republic. And that Republic means what? It means all of us. It means each and every single one of us. So the state ought to understand that a wrong has been done us. We want justice. And we shouldn't just be relying on what ICE has done. And ICE, you see, ICE have gotten him. The matter can go anyway. Already he's made application for, what's it called? A permanent residency. If there's something I know, most of these issues, they end up with they being given even permanent residency. I know so many people who...
Because of the status?
Not necessarily because of the status.
Or what they contribute to the United States?
Not necessarily, but you see, the way some of these immigration things, I have personal knowledge of a lot of people who were caught by ICE, and eventually, instead of they being deported, rather, they got their documents regularized. So it can go... Either way. But my point is, what is government doing to ensure that justice is done us? You see, we shouldn't allow instances where what Ijapa Mensah said. And for me, if his political career doesn't end because of those statements, then I don't know.
Well, the question he asked was what...
No, but he was defending. He was making an argument that there's no law that holds people accountable. And he belongs to a political party who's another senior member, Opon Nkrumah. Shamelessly, told all of us that in politics nobody has your interest.
No, he was reading a section of a book.
No, I was.
Let me correct you once again.
Listen.
It was a book launch.
I was there. Listen, I was there. You don't need to say. He said shamelessly that in politics...
He was reading from the book written by somebody else.
Listen. I beg you. Are you the host or you are the editor? And I'm not giving a wrong info. He said that in politics, yes, nobody has your interest. Nobody has your interest. And when you are in a room, political room, look around. If you do not see the person being used, then you must know that you are being used. So it's the case that the Ghanaians are being used. But that's what I said, because I look around and I can't see who is being used in this political game. No, I can't. No, I'm looking around. No, you are not being used. And then Ghanaians are looking around. They are telling us,
it was in the book. So you only read
no.
as at that point. As at that time, he was a member of the NPP.
It was one of the reasons why I left the NPP. In fact, it was one of the reasons why I left. You see, so Ghanaians, Okonkwo is telling us, all of us, that in this game, they do not have your interest. I don't know what they're going to do with their interest. He's telling us, shamelessly, that they do not have our interest. And that we've looked around and we cannot see who is being used. So we Ghanaians, we are being used. And that's why senior members of the NPP do not have any qualms to advise Ken, don't come. They advise Ken, don't come. Because their interest, because their interest is not Ghana. Their interest is not Ghana. For them, their interest, I beg you spoke, I didn't talk. Their interest, I beg you, stop. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. The interest, stop this. Their interest is not Ghana. Their interest is to use politics, in whichever form it is, to advance their parochial interest. Because they said, I beg you, I will stop this. Stop this. Their interest, that's what they are telling us. And that's why they do not have any shame when the matter will be the Republic versus Kenneth Nanayahu.
Okay.
They don't have any shame to advising that don't come, run away.
All right.
Run away.
So I have this one. This one sent by lawyer Leonard, who says that implied from the statement by Gabi Ochredako that Ken Ofori-Atta is apprehensive about getting justice. The fact that when Dr. Ato Forson and Richard Jakpa were prosecuted on the instructions of Ken Ofori-Atta suspected Ato Forson and co. would not get the needed justice. Anyway, he says that he wants to assure that the judiciary has not changed since the Akufo-Addo government left power. But then it lends credence to fears that are usually expressed by those who are always from a previous regime after each transition, who maybe are asked to be answerable or being prosecuted. Is that not the case?
Yeah, definitely. Good morning to our viewers. And, good morning to Doc. Mm-hmm. And, good morning to lawyer.
Good morning, my brother.
Babaru. That's the issue of the kind of governance structure we have in the country, and the fact that the governance system itself is not protective.
Meaning what?
Yes, meaning that the governance structure is actually not protecting the interests of the people, and that it gives so much power, to political figures, to do whatever they want to do. And at the end of the day, they try to sweep their stewardship under the carpets. And for me, like many others, I believe that Ken should come. Whether there has been a regime change, whether the legal structures are still the same or have changed. The bottom line is that if you have not committed a wrong, you are not afraid of any charge that is laid upon you.
Exactly.
So I feel that Ken has no business staying in another man's country, for protection.
He has no business doing that?
He has no business doing that. At least, we came to serve the good people of Ghana. And to the best of my understanding, he served 6-7 years without salary. All right? So if you did this, the question is that on what basis would someone say that you were corrupt, you have embezzled money, and all that? You see, so if your initial action suggested that you are a man of your own, you have made it in life, you don't need, even salary from Ghana, and that you are serving Ghana, freely, then who can even say that you have stolen Ghana's money? All right, I feel he should come. My only complication has to do with, the link between his arrest by ICE and the deportation, and what the Attorney General actually said, that his arrest was partially based on, Ghana's request for his extradition. And ICE is also saying that, no, the man was not arrested based on, the request by Ghana by his visa status. In other words, probably he has overstayed, or, he has intention of overstaying. Others have also said that Ken has actually applied for an extension of his visa and probably to also get a green card to be able to stay in the U.S. Now, if you read all the responses by ICE and his detention, I think that we should be able to decouple, his detention, from the corruption charges that, is presumed, against him, because the two are not the same from what we are hearing. So if we can separate the two, then of course we can make justice to the issue. We know, and from expert views, that ICE cannot enforce criminal laws against Ken Ofori-Atta in the U.S. Right? I don't know whether lawyer has.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, okay. And that also means that ICE cannot extradite Ken Ofori-Atta to Ghana. They can't extradite.
The Immigration and Customs Enforcement Mission, they cannot do that.
They can't do that. I've had some.
They can deport him.
They can't. Wait, I'm coming. On criminal charges.
No.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Exactly. On immigration, yes.
But that's what he's being held for.
Yes, so that's what I'm coming to. But that's why initially I said that.
An impression was given that.
Yes.
So,
okay. So you get the point that based on the operations of ICE, it will be purely based on immigration. All right. Now, what I want to see is that in case ICE takes the decision, because I hear that there are even complications when even ICE take the decision that they are going to deport. So much complications. And for me, I want to believe that that probably was the reason why the Attorney General came out to say that he foresee a long battle, between U.S. and Ghana with regards to, the extradition processes. And what if ICE decides to deport Ken to Ghana? All right.
What if?
What if? Is it going to inure to the benefits of the country, or what? There may be certain conditions that must be fulfilled. I hear that in the first case, they must understand that, ICE must understand that his destination is Ghana. All right. That is, if they are taking him, they are deporting him, are they deporting him to Ghana or to Nigeria or to South Africa? We have heard, based on certain examples, that some Nigerians, use Ghanaian passports. So when they are deported, they don't go to Nigeria, but they are deported to Ghana. Right. Okay. As at now, we don't know what the situation is with Ken.
Whether he's holding a Ghanaian passport.
A Ghanaian passport or another country's passport. And
Definitely a Ghanaian passport.
Definitely a Ghanaian passport. That is another assumption. Probably the age.
But there are countries in the Caribbean, etc., who offer, like St. Lucia and some of those, they offer citizenship on some key terms, like for investment purposes. So it's possible.
Especially when you are even a political symbol, right? Okay. Now again, ICE may decide that we are not going to deport him. Like lawyer said, that some people were arrested by ICE, they got their documents regularized, and they are staying. All right. So it means that there are 2 or more options in there, which of course Ken can take advantage of. All right. That is if it is based, his detention is strictly based on the, how do we call it, the visa, issues. All right. Okay. So if they decide to avoid deportation, okay, then of course he's not coming to Ghana. In that case, it becomes a bit difficult for Ghana to try him. All right. So then comes that question of trying him in absentia, of which probably lawyer may want to go deep into it. Okay. But if
you're advocating that we try him in absentia,
I actually don't have full knowledge, when it comes to issues regarding trying someone in absentia.
So why are you talking about it?
No, I raised a question, and I said that brings that one to mind. All right. But I have heard that, is it Sedinam Tamakulu?
Yes, Sedinam Tamakulu.
Was tried
in absentia.
In absentia,
she was not in the jurisdiction, yes.
Yeah, but she was tried and convicted, right? Okay. So it means that there's a precedent.
We have a number of individuals not in the jurisdiction who had been tried in absentia.
So it means that there are precedents.
Yeah.
Okay.
A number of them.
If there are.
The Constitution makes Article 19 of the Constitution.
Okay. Then, of course, obviously, we can explore that. if that Attorney General feels that there's a hard core case against him, why not? We can explore that avenue, And is it a case that Ken can also be released on bond?
Yeah.
So he remains in the U.S.?
Yes. It's a high case. It's a high possibility.
Yes, high-profile person. All right.
A continuance of bond being issued for him.
So I see that there are issues. But, Papa Ro, do you know that in Africa, there have been cases where, Nigeria had a case, a high-profile case, just like Ken's own. The UK refused to extradite the woman. But then there was an agreement.
But there have been a number of cases as well where we have Nigerian governors or senators who had committed crimes. Some... and they had been extradited, or the Nigerian government allowed them.
My readings and my checks, gave me about 5 cases in Africa where they were not.
Yeah. But the others too, when they were.
Yes.
But you are making a decision to go on when they were not.
Yeah. So I am looking at the decision as to whether, when it becomes possible, okay, as to whether, U.S. will be ready to get him to Ghana or not. Okay, because it still remains a decision, even though there's a treaty between the 2 countries. I feel that the complications in there is so much that the Attorney General and the OSP, should have hardcore evidence, to, as it were, convince the U.S. to bring the man or not. All right. And I think that the bottom line is, convincing United States Department of Justice, that yes, Ken has a problem in Ghana. He needs to come to account for his stewardship over a period of time. He needs to come and face, the loss of the land. As it were, if he's able to defend himself, yes, he will be allowed to go scot-free. Earlier, you were asking as to whether...
So all your commentary is on the side of Ken, not to come?
No.
Or reasons why you are ascribing that he may not come?
Our previous conversations, I have made that point. And even today when I was starting, I said that the man has no business seeking refuge in another man's country. All right? And that for me, if he feels that he has not committed any crime, he should come. All right? But whatever actions that he's putting, excuses that he's putting across with regards to his human rights status and, abuses and all that, I feel that they are not justifiable reasons. Okay, because as at now, we are not here. So how do you even read into the case that when you come, someone is going to trample on your human rights, all right, or someone is going to take your human rights away from you? Come and let's see. And then, of course, you have lawyers who can deal with the matter as it is. All right, so I feel that it's not about justifying. If what I'm hearing appears to be true, there's no way I'll sit on this in front of this camera and then say that no, Ken shouldn't come. He has to. Okay. He has to, whether good or bad.
At the same time,
I was making cases that can complicate
the whole thing.
The whole process.
Okay.
All right. So for me, I believe that what the Attorney General is doing, the position he has taken, inures to the benefit of the country. But I want to see a process where, the Attorney General has his evidence right, all right, and is able to, convince the U.S. authorities and the appropriate quarters in the U.S. that, yes, the man by hook or crook should come to Ghana and face, whatever charges that has been preferred against him. All right. Because you see, Roland, what I'm seeing is that this case is not an ordinary case.
Then what is it?
Yes.
It's an ordinary case. We've had former finance ministers and key ministers of state who have been prosecuted before.
Because of the nature. All right. Because it is one case that demonstrates anti-corruption credibility, especially for this government.
You know about the law on cause of financial loss to the state?
Yes, I know.
Chajo Chikata was jailed for it.
Yes, I know.
Victor Salom.
I know.
Kwame Pepra was also prosecuted.
Regarding the interests of the public in this particular case, all right, if the NDC government is able to execute this case well, it's something that gives them credibility, isn't it?
Okay.
And it tells Ghanaians that no one is above the law, isn't it? And that it will be a symbol of behavior to those government appointees now in government and even in future or for future appointees. So that's why I'm saying that we need to cautiously, approach this issue, with that kind of tactfulness that it deserves, so that it doesn't become a fiasco to disgrace the government in power and probably, give more strength to future leaders and appointees.
All right. I have Professor Smart Sapong. Good morning to you, Professor Smart Sapong. He is Director for Research and Innovation, the Kumasi Technical University. Professor Smart Sapong, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Roland.
Yeah, good to see you once again. The last time you were in the studio was quite a breath of fresh air to see you in the studio. Today, we have to do virtual. Right. We're told that Ken Ofori-Atta will be doing virtual tomorrow, which has now become very symptomatic of the judicial system of America, where they use video conferencing to do trials. So that's a good thing. I don't know how that is sinking with the minds of ordinary Ghanaians, but we just have 12 days to the MPP primaries. So far, what have you been picking up? Have you undertaken any research? What's the outcome of the research? But generally, if you want to, based on your observation, comment on this, looking at the messaging from those strong individuals who could be having the best messages that is also rhyming well with the delegates or the party members, and more importantly, who are the leads in the run-up to these primaries to elect a flag bearer for the MPP.
Right, so a very good morning to yourself and to the team in studio and to our cherished viewers across the world. On Ken, briefly, I would have felt that availing yourself to justice would have been the best, not for him, but for all current, future, past government officials. And it should be part of their the KPIs they will sign to, that at the expiration of your term or of your government, you are supposed to perhaps be in the country for some number of, like the presidents are given some time within which you cannot prosecute them and all those things. They should have some time within which they have to stay to see whether there will be some issues attributable to them for which they may have to answer. If that period elapses and no issue is attributable to you, then you are permitted to travel and go wherever you want to go. The tricky nature of this particular one is that we are told that he went on health grounds and all those things. But I'm sure going forward, Professor Prempe and his team has finished their work, submitted the report to Parliament. But if there's nothing like that in there, and stopping government officials from leaving the country after expiration of their government or their term, we must find a way of putting that in there for purposes of accountability. Let's say 6 months or something. If within that, the Auditor General, whoever, all the agencies do not find anything wrong with your work, then you can travel and go wherever you want to go. But I mean, we wait to see what comes out of this particular case on the table. I would have felt that because justice drags for quite a long time here in Ghana and elsewhere, we can try the absentia and let the case continue. Maybe at some point, the US and everybody will see that for this one, this gentleman must be here to answer this particular one. The case is unable to progress without his physical presence. Then it can form part of the justifications we are giving to where he is for them to bring him down to Ghana to answer those questions and all those things. But we trust that those handling the cases, both on the side of government and the lawyers and everybody, would see the need to get us started with this case, so that even if it drags, we can see justice within the shortest possible time. So that is just a quick comment on the Ken's case. On the NPP primaries, so far, they are winding up, as we all know. But the reflection I wish to share this morning is that it is likely, and at the point of saturation, I see Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia still winning, to be followed by Ken, then by Brian, then by Oseiwe Duchum, and then the Kwabena Japan is likely to.
Please start again. But my volume in the studio was low. So is that what?
Right. So I'm saying that at the point of saturation, sometimes I reach saturation at 216 constituencies. We have 276 constituencies. But looking at the feedback we are getting, as at 216 constituencies, the arrangement is likely to follow Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia first, Honorable Ken second, Honorable Brian third, Honorable Oseiwe Duchum fourth, and then Honorable Kwabena Japan fifth. The justifications are that in the previous one, for example, Ken was competitive in 9 out of the 16 regions. At saturation, that is not going to change much. The places where he was uncompetitive in the previous one, and for which he is still not too competitive, includes Savannah, Oti, Ahafo, Bono East, Northern, Upper West, and then Northeast. All these places are still highly, densely populated Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia areas.
Okay.
And those areas alone constitutes over 45,000 of the expected votes.
Okay.
Then in the other areas where the votes are loud, and again, let me also say that Ken is also quite popularly dense in the central region. The Volta region has increased momentum in Greater Accra and Western North. In the previous one, he did very well in those regions, but with the exception of Central and Volta, he didn't win Greater Accra and Western North. But this time, he has increased momentum. But those places are being shared in equal weights. Eastern region, Brian has increased momentum. So in the past, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia got a holiday in there, won 29 out of the 33 constituencies. This time, for the obvious reasons we all know, he's not going to have that holiday. And then, but the sure, what makes Dr. Bawumia's lead quite solid is in the fact that he does well in all those competitive regions. And then the other 8 or 7 regions that I mentioned, he enjoys a very solid holiday in there.
Okay. So what's accounting for DMB still? Because if you listen to the narrative from the Ken camp, they give you the assumption that Ken will be sweeping this and will be home and dry, as the American football fans say when there's a touchdown.
Yeah. So on the various indicators, I used 3 major indicators, and the conclusions I draw from those 3 is that if a delegate finds, for example, the first indicator is most unifier. If the delegate finds candidate A as the most unifier, then we go to most popular. He finds that same candidate as most popular. Then we go to most suitable, and he finds that same candidate as most suitable. He is likely to vote in that direction. And in all, both unifier, suitable, and most popular, the percentages are all in favor of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Let me also say that if there's a region, Ken will have to work very hard and consolidate some momentum he is gaining over there. It should be the Upper East. Upper East rates Ken as the most popular, and it is the odd out of the traditional
northern regions
areas where Dr. Bawumia, traditional northern region. So he can capitalize on that to maybe intensify his work there to maximize his gains in there.
All right. I'm not too sure the Ken camp will be happy with you because they have 1 rep here. So be ready for some blasting.
Oh, no. I'm sure they would have also done their research, and they might be putting up maybe some other figures. What happens in academia is that we entertain all the sides. These are predictions, and not to come and damp anybody's spirit or quench their fire.
Okay.
It is only a report, and I'm answering the question you asked me, and that is the report I have for you. I can give them in details what their top maybe 30 constituencies are going to be and where those constituencies are distributed, and then their weakest maybe 30 or those things, and we can do those academic discussion.
Okay. So just pure academic work.
Oh, yes. And usually once you speak to the people and you engage the right people, and it is a sample, you can base on that sample to share potential outcomes as research. We all know that is what research does. In fact, there's no research, even a census that attempts to enumerate all members of a country or a population doesn't successfully achieve the concept of all. And therefore, census is always encouraged. Sample is always encouraged on instances where it is extremely difficult to get all. And any research that comes to discuss on your show or elsewhere would have done some sample. But the good news is that once you draw it from the right population, you don't need all. A spoon, just a spoon full of soup on your tank can give you an impression of the content of the entire maybe bowl of soup.
Okay. Lawyer Fatau, who is a member of parliament for Yendi, has joined us. I'm sure because of the transport issues, even though fuel is cheap, he couldn't come quickly. How are you?
I'm good.
Welcome.
Good morning.
Okay,
to
great.
you.
This one is it's not a friendly match for you. The conversation. The one that was friendly match. You because
I didn't comment.
so you have a chance to
That's
comment on
right.
the Ken issue,
That's right.
as well as how Ken, the second Ken, also will be going down the street. So, but how is this rhyming with you? It's not the first time he's made this pronouncement, though. Even Dr. Tutu Boahen, as well as other research outcomes, have indicated DMB could possibly be leading. But you usually will be on the ground with Ken. I also have some, I'll say, perhaps sparsely conversation with members of the Ken camp as well. But they look very optimistic as well. How do you take this in? Is that a reflection of what you pick up on the ground?
Anyway, well, thank you again. Let me say, this morning, Honorable Ken will be speaking with some constituencies within up north, especially within the Boko enclave. That is where he's going to be speaking to them via Zoom. The people of Pusiga, Garu, Tempani, Binduri, and Zebela will be speaking to them. These are the 5 constituencies that are left that he has not touched base with. I think initially when he was up north, he had wanted to visit them, but then security concerns were raised, so he had to come back. So today he'll be doing that virtually with them via Zoom by 11 o'clock this morning. Let's come back to the NPP primaries. I have maintained, and then I've said it over and over, that all the 5 gentlemen that are contesting are party people, are credible, they can win elections on any given day. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, Ryan Champon, an astute businessman, Kwabreje Japon, an engineer Parashala, talk about Oseyewa Juchum, a very good educationist. But with all these people, Ken Ohene Japan stands out tall. I have always maintained that I will not run anybody's research down. It takes a lot going into research and doing research all over the place and all that. As a person who have been involved in one research or two, I wouldn't run anybody's research out. But then, like I always maintained, we are on the field. We know what delegates want. We know what Ghanaians want. Listen, NPP is going to the polls to elect a leader. The election is going to be done by approximately 214,000 people, and would take that person to Ghanaians and ask Ghana, is this what you want? So that 80 million Ghanaians will vote, pass a judgment on what we brought to them. If you look at all that is going on, sometimes when I look at some of these researches that come out, yes, it is supposed to inform us, it's supposed to educate us, it's supposed to make us set up when we see some of these researches that come out. Because you come out with these findings and write-ups. But just as Professor Sapon has put his research out there, yesterday, Evans Zia also publishes putting Ken at 52%, winning. Safe Africa also put their projection out there, was Ken Japan winning by 51%. So every research base and then whatever results that they have come out with. But then one thing that I would speak to, Professor Sapon was talking about popularity. You see, when we talk about popularity and marketability, it has to do with acceptability, acceptance, and then credibility and trust. If you are well marketed, people will trust you or will accept you. But then let's look at all the other candidates out there. I believe and I think the person that Ghanaians resonate well with and then delegates are ready to vote for is Kennedy Ohene Japan. Because...
You mean the delegates of...
Delegates of MPP are going to vote for him.
How many delegates do we have?
We're talking about 214,000 delegates out there. Okay?
Majority want to vote for Ken.
They would vote for Kennedy.
Why is that not reflecting in the research outcomes?
Listen,
I mean, compared to the one has been published.
That is what I've just mentioned, that the research outcomes that have been published out there, this Professor Sapon telling us about his research that he did. And I've just mentioned that Evans Zia also came out and said that Kennedy Japan will win by 52%. Just yesterday, he publishes his research. It's out there. And then Safe African last week also said Ken will win by 51%. Okay? So everybody and then his research methodology, and then how he went about his research. Okay, that's why I said I will not run anybody down when it comes to research. Maybe his sampling size shows that this is what I think should be the results at the end of the day. Yesterday, when Evans' research came out, he said...
That's Dr.
Evans Drea. He said his sampling size was approximately 31,000 people. Okay, so everybody will come up with... But then I think and I believe and I know for sure from all the places we have visited, from the places we've been to in this campaign, and then the message that all the aspirants, yes, suitability, unifier, popularity, every one of them is speaking because NPP is what they have. When we are done with this primaries, we have to come back together as a house, unify everybody, and then rally behind whoever the delegates will choose as the next leader of NPP. But if you ask me, Kenneth Japon's message resonates well with them because he's talking about creating jobs, which has become the bane, the problem associated with the Ghanaian economy today, where we have almost about 1.3 million graduates not having jobs, and it's becoming a national security. And he's saying that, listen, in every single district I've been to, I've identified a single potential factory or thing that we can do to support people.
But it's been done by Akufo-Addo and DMB, one district, one factory.
Listen.
He's repeating the same policy?
We are not repeating the same policy. Ken is a doer. He has a track record. Okay? When it comes to ensuring that things are done, he's done them over the years. He's created jobs, almost about 16 different companies. Aseda Cold Store, which is, has a 31,000 tonnage fishery thing that in the whole of West Africa, there's none compared to it. Okay, he's done them in the past. He knows how to do them. And so when he goes out there, so, but then this is a man that he is a doer, he's an achiever, he's done them in the past. So he can always do them and then bring them to fore. That is why Ghanaians, a lot of the Ghanaians out there, a lot of the delegates out there are in support of his message. And Kenneth Japon, believe you me, by the 5 p.m. 31st January, he will be the new flag bearer of the new Patriotic Party.
5 p.m. is the close of polls.
Close of polls is by 2.
It's by 2. Okay,
yeah.
So 5 p.m. is when you hope that the delegates. And so far, you've been monitoring. What would you say will be your own observation so far, Lawyer Fatal?
Thank you so much. And thank you to my colleague panelists. And thank you to the good people of Yindi. In fact, I got in late because I was away from town and I got in just yesterday. And I thought because it's still an early part of the year, there won't be much traffic. So I underrated the traffic and left home a little late.
That's
so
fine.
Sorry for that.
Fine.
Well, with regards to the MPP primaries, first of all, let me congratulate them for having carried themselves well so far. They are heading to the polls on the 31st of January to elect a flag bearer, which is a constitutional imperative that they have to fulfill. There was also a poll that was done by Musa Dankwa, again, Global Info Analytics, and then it was published somewhere in this year, January 5th. I think it was clear. It says, but we're trails behind the 4 leading candidates of NDC. We don't have a candidate for now. But you see, what has become the situation now, if both political parties would take it so, it's like people are now going to vote based on their living conditions. It is no more about who is leading the party or who is not leading the party. And so I am very excited that my party, NDC, is focused on delivering on its promises to the Ghanaian people, because at the end of the day, Ghanaians are not going to be so minded about who is this, who is that, where is this from, where is that from. They are going to be concerned so much about what has been delivered. And for the past 1 year that the NDC has been in charge of the administration of this country, trust me, almost everything is pointing towards the positive side. And so I see MPP going into an election because they have to fulfill a constitutional imperative. But I also advise them that whilst even undertaking this exercise, they should pick a candidate that they can be patient to live with for a longer period. If they are given a candidate, if they are choosing a candidate that they can only give one chance to, then they are heading towards a serious crisis. Because if you give that candidate this as the last chance, and then, but chances are, it's clear that that candidate will be crushed in the next election, 2028. And so if you don't have the patience to carry that same candidate to the next one, that is after 2028, that's 2032, then at that time, you are now considering changing a candidate in 2028. That means that at that time, whoever would have been the president or whoever would have been the NDC candidate would have done at least 4 years, and so would have even been more popular and would have been in power to run again. And so that leaves you with a very difficult task to fulfill. And so I can see that even giving one term to Bawumia, they are already fed up with him because Bawumia is currently being haunted by his own deliverables.
So you like Ken?
I don't have a candidate.
You don't have a candidate?
I don't have a candidate.
But you're crossing out Bawumia?
I am not crossing any. I'm just advising them that whilst choosing a candidate for the 2028 election, they should choose somebody they know that they can still carry beyond 2028 to 2032. Because that is going to be, it's 2022 that they can actually be battling for.
So they should choose Ken?
I have not chosen anybody.
Okay.
I haven't named anybody. But I'm telling them that if they can still carry Bawumia beyond 2028 to 2032, that is their decision. If they can still carry Ken beyond 2028 to 2032, because the actual battle will be in 2032. It will not be in 2028. You understand? And it is even going to be more difficult for them in 2032, even regardless of who they choose today. And so that patience, they have to wait. If after 4 years of having Bawumia, you are seeing him as not so credible enough as he was 4 years ago to lead the party again, then what happens after 8 years in opposition? You understand?
But they are not 8 years in opposition, they are only 4 years.
I'm saying
you are predicting that there will be a win for NDC in 2028.
That to me...
And as a result of that, they need to elect a candidate that
they can manage with. You understand? I have followed the rhetorics. I've followed almost all the candidates on their campaign, and it's been who has done what. But the last one I heard was when Brian was saying that one of his opponents was holding what is it, sacks and those things, and talking about what he has been able to produce, and that if he could also carry his hotels around, he would have brought it here for them all to see his achievements. So it's good. At the personal level, they have all achieved, but these are all men of serious substance that we all aspire to be like. But you see, governance goes beyond just the individual. And Bawumia, to me, has already been given an opportunity to prove to Ghanaians what he can do. We all saw what he was able to do. You understand? He was made the man in charge of our economy. That's not in dispute. Today, they are all running away. They are all telling us that he was actually not in charge. You understand? When at that time, he was actually everywhere, blowing his own trumpet that he was in charge. You understand? And then, so if you were not in charge, when you were even telling Ghanaians that you were in charge, then it means that you were even not being frank with Ghanaians.
So you don't like DMB, but who do you like among them? You don't have a candidate.
I don't have a candidate. I don't intend to have a candidate because I am satisfied with the pool that says that whoever they select will throw behind any candidate that NDC will select.
So that's your position.
Yeah, that's my
so
position.
irrespective of whether it's DMB, etc.,
exactly.
you hold the position that they are all quote unquote
highly damaged goods.
Okay, all right. So
damaged.
And the narrative too. So we have Evans.
Wow.
Evans who says that it is Ken who is going to win, and based on the responses on his survey. And then also we have all these coming from Musa Dankwa and the rest. And it looks like Musa Dankwa has been very consistent from beginning. What do you make 12 days in the run-up to this?
So 2 issues. When it comes to the boosters, I'm surprised Ghanaians still take a lot of them, not all of them, take a lot of them serious. My brother's doctor or prof, Smasapon is looking at me and I want to tell him this. The last session, prof, he said he was going to go into a runoff. I don't know what kind of pulling you ordered, but you see, it's business. I understand. You understand? It's business. When I came into politics, one of the words I heard quickly was Yeshishe Ejuma. Yeshishe Ejuma.
settings.
Yeah, maybe the English word setting. And the pulling is part of the Yeshisha. But for me, is when you're talking about the credibility of a pools, you must look at the past history. Dr. Prof. Sapon or Dr. Sapone. Prof. Sapon. Last elections, he said he was going to go into.
GTEC approved.
Yeah, GTEC. He said he was going to go into a second round. Not so. I don't know the pools. The last elections, Prof. Sapon said he was going to go into a second round. I don't know what pooling this. For me, this is pools. And personally, I don't take it seriously.
You don't take polls generally seriously?
No, I take polls seriously. I don't take Prof. Sapon's polls seriously.
Okay, that's your opinion.
That's my personal opinion. Now, this election, the MPP is supposed to bring to us a candidate, not so. Now, I don't know, the MPP that is, some people say is a fake party, or is it the virtual members? And one of the candidates said they were full of HME4. But Kennedy Japan said it was full of HME4. So I don't know. So no.
He never said that.
Please allow him to talk. Please allow him to talk.
I will not sit here for you to say those things that are not true.
I say MPP4. No.
He never said
that.
He never said that. He said that in contest. Okay. He never said MPP4 HME4.
Okay. In contest.
In the contest that he made, also onim yincha ebinum HME. One cast MPP4 HME.
Okay.
One cast MPP4 HME. What was he talking about?
You are not invited to talk, please. Okay. You've clarified. You've clarified. You are saying that he said that in contest.
Yes.
Okay.
So Kennedy Japan said I'm talking. Kennedy Japan say MP4 near consider for HME4. You understand? So I don't know. I mean, I've said it. I heard him say it. So I don't know whether or not in the various manner in which the MPP has been described, whether they have been fit to choose somebody who is going to be president for Ghana. Now, my brother is going on about the messaging. And I agree with him, as in, when it comes to the message, because the message also includes the messenger. So we take Dr. Baumia, for instance. I don't know what his message will be, especially when he was given a chance.
You mean if he becomes presidential candidate?
No, but you must have a message. And what is you must have a message, because you see, you want to be chosen, you want to be sponsored to become president of Ghana. So your message, first of all, must to convince your party, but also must to tell Ghanaians what you do when you become president of Ghana. And maybe I stand to be corrected, but I'm struggling to hear. I don't know what his message is. The message is as in Naipe. I can't Naipe. Is that a message?
That's not his message. You should listen to him on the campaign platform. He says a number of things as well. He says that he's going to make sure that there's priority given to party members, as well as talks about some key national. Even on the same platform, he said that is the reason why the CD is doing well, because he set up good structures. So you haven't been listening to him.
No. I heard.
Anyway, you are United Party. So I
heard the CD, and it's laughable. It's laughable. So you put in place policies, like he's saying, and is it okay that the policies don't like him? Because whilst you were in charge, you had direct control. The policies didn't yield the results we are seeing now. You understand? Nado said he brought you for a reason. You yourself, he said Nado brought you for a reason. Nado said, proposed or pronounced the principle of the Hattarization of the city. Sydney Hatta. That's so he's brought you to come in. And you came and the city even became more Hattarized. You understand? What was it called? The rest. Kwabena Ejepon. I love Kwabena Ejepon. I used to watch him sports highlight. But Kwabena Ejepon, my only issue with him is it someone that I can trust that has a courage of conviction? Can he stand for what he believes in? You understand? Especially when the coup d'etat that nailed the coffin in the destruction of the MPP, he could have prevented it. And he watched on and allowed that coup d'etat to happen. Yes, my brother Ken is saying the right things. He's going to create jobs. We know the essence of jobs. But you see, the examples he's given as in to prove his ability. Creating jobs as a businessman is very different from creating jobs from a position of public sector.
From a policy angle.
It's very, very different. You understand? What I don't understand. You see, when you are a businessman, you see, I beg you say, I don't like this.
You say he doesn't like this.
You see, when you're a businessman and you are creating jobs, it's very, very different from when you are putting in place policies that will engender that growth, that job creation in the public sector. Please let me finish. I don't like this.
It's okay.
What is this?
Tempest,
please let me finish my point. You understand? You understand? Now, from the public sector point of view, when you are putting in place policies, like one, I've not heard Ken talk about how he's going to, his policies are going to help promote small and medium scale enterprises.
He talks about, he holds examples of
give me examples. So
that he said it will be manufactured.
No. So how is it going to empower SMEs? So, example, in our GTP, in our GTP, we made a policy. So I'll give you that we are going to use our monetary policy, Bank of Ghana, you understand, and the Ministry of Finance to do what we call a loan guarantee scheme, a government loan guarantee scheme. Now, the essence of that government loan guarantee scheme is to find funding. You understand? Sustainable funding for small and medium scale enterprises to grow them. You understand? We talk about building capacity of SMEs. Because if there's something that is right, you understand? You cannot create jobs without building your SMEs. And you build your SMEs by way of policy. Yes, it's not because you're a businessman and you have that one is not in dispute. But, so example, the person, like you take the case of the USA, the person that did most to help in the ability of America to create jobs was Dwight Eisenhower, who was a military man. He was a military man. And he did that by a simple law, the Small Business Act. You understand? So saying jobs, for me, it tells you what you want to do, but you have not convinced us as to. So to end, in this context, which one can be called a sinners contest. In this contest, that can be called a fake contest, a fake party contest. It doesn't include the virtual members. You understand? In this context of a party that is very parochial, in this context of a party that says that politics, nobody has your interest at heart. They say that nobody has your interest at heart. In this context, which can also be turned out a contest of people who don't believe in the principles of accountability. In this context, that can be turned as a people who have consistently advanced programs which are adverse to our common agenda. I don't know where we fit in. And so for me, yes, we are watching them, but trust me, I don't see how any of them can lead Ghana to the kind of transformation that we need now. So it is up to them.
Professor Smart-Sapon, before I bring in Doc, Professor Smart-Sapon, just in 3 minutes, so we have 12 days. Are things likely to change? Just in 3 minutes.
Well, so a quick response to my friend who just ended speaking. When you want to disagree academically, you come with an alternative. But when you say, I don't agree with Professor Smart-Sapon, and you say so without any comparative research report before you, and your reference is with the immediate past elections, which I'm sure he just took the headlines, he didn't read the report. My basis for the conclusions I drew in 2024, I've explained it, I'm doing it just in 1 minute for the last time, is at least for his benefit, was that turnout was going to be at a certain point. So the report was a turnout report, or turnout effect report. The raw part was there. The raw part, if you aggregated the regional reports that I brought, you would see that President Mahama was in the lead, followed by Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. I just shared that regional report so that those who are detailed can look at it. But my interest was on the turnout, which actually fell below my estimation. So talk technical, don't talk it is this, it is that, as if you only take the headlines. If it's about past record, Roland, you know that in 2020, and you can go online to check my report, my prediction was 99.6% accurate in favor of the one who won, and the percentage, the second NDC that placed second in 2020, and the percentage and all those things. Before that, I had conducted 7 highly successful surveys. So, I mean, you might not know me much, but I am proud of myself. At least people are in accounting, people are here, there. I am in research. I'm a professor of research and data analytics.
You have 1.5 minutes,
and I don't,
3 minutes.
Yes, so that is just to respond to him. Maybe he should take a full reading of the report and see the essence for the conclusions I drew. So that if the estimated turnout falls, like the way we were all shocked that Ghanaians didn't go out to vote, it can academically explain why those differences are. And I don't think any academic is afraid of maybe deviation between prediction and actual. Nobody has been afraid of it. My past 7 surveys that I did before 2024, at least the least accuracy, the one that was even least, was about 99.6%. And the records are online. You can read about Professor Smart Sapon. As for the other sides of the entire argument, I think the man from Ken's camp rightly explained the whole thing. So the people are still there waiting to be talked to. The final touches are expected to be done. Anybody who doesn't take campaigning serious and relaxes, even if you were in the lead, you can be overtaken.
Okay.
I am only reporting that as at the time I reached constituency 216, the saturation gave me that breakdown.
Okay.
Maybe my brother Evans, whom I know very well, might have done an extended work, maybe all the 270, whatever, and has come up with his own findings.
Okay.
What we need to do is that it is not about Evans's findings or Smart's findings. It's about now waiting to compare the actual that comes out. And when researchers do this and you stop your campaign, or you don't intensify, we give you angles. Like I mentioned, I could give you some 30 constituencies within which Ken and his team will need to double up because of the overstretching of Baumia's campaign and all those things in those areas. And you don't take those details and work with it and only sit to take the headline after the actual. Then my brother is not a politician. He's only waiting to believe or disbelieve or credit or discredit me.
All right.
So I think that one is something that we must all get. But as for the candidates, we wish all of them well. Last time, it was a 2-horse race between Ken and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. This time, the impact of Brian and then the impact of Osei Odichim, even though quite minimal, would have to be considered in all this discussion that we are doing, so that there are some areas that Ken would have gotten that now, maybe Brian or whoever, and then there are areas that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia would have gotten. And I mentioned the Eastern region and some other places that he may have to be watchful of or be ready to drop points because of the inclusion of some of these other quite vibrant aspirants. So we wish them all well, Roland.
All right. Dr. Bernard, you want to say something about the election? 2 minutes is fine. My time is up.
Yes, for me, I think that there's no deviation with regards to, polls that have come out, concerning the MPP primaries. And I don't want to say that probably the narratives as presented by Musa Dankwa, and the likes will change. I have always maintained that for research, the moment you meet a minimum sample size, all right, your conclusions are as good as meeting the highest sample size. And so I don't really deal with numbers. Normally, I want to believe that, look, go in for the sample size, go in for the right responses, and you are good to go. Obviously, I know that you could administer the same research instruments, on different occasions and on different respondents, and you definitely get different responses. So for me, when it comes to research that people have done and others and the deviations and all that, I don't normally want to talk about it. I want to respond to what Doc said.
Kwekubuahin.
Dr. Kwekubuahin. Hey,
Ken is winning.
Yes. No, not even that one. He came up with a marketing philosophy, which he said that if a candidate is marketed well, or voters will accept you or will accept the candidate.
No, I said marketing, popularity comes, tags along, marketability,
which has to do with acceptability.
Yeah. But you concluded by saying that once, a candidate is marketed well, voters would accept.
Oh, no, I didn't say that. Maybe you didn't hear me quite well.
Okay. But then, you see, the relationship between acceptability and marketing and all that is normally dependent on certain factors, which, of course, you may not want to say that, the relationship is that, simple, that you may want to use it to make a conclusion or justification. After all, we know that, certain claims that we made, did not really get in there. And so for me, when it comes to issues of projecting a candidate, marketing a candidate, and the fact that, that marketed candidate can win an election, if we cast our minds back to 2008, when MPP did all the marketing, for Nana Akufo-Addo, it didn't work, all right? It didn't. That was the first time you saw giant billboards everywhere, and all that. It still didn't work because there were certain factors which were not taken into consideration. Again, in 2016, getting to 2020, NDC did all the marketing that they have to do. It still didn't work. So we cannot single out and say that marketability of a candidate can easily lead to, voter acceptance unless certain, considerations.
Look, I said popularity.
I even disagree with that one even more. I even disagree with that one more.
All right, gentlemen, it's 9 o'clock. At 9 actually.
I even disagree.
I never said
I even disagree.
Marketed. And then Baumia would have just won.
All right, look. Thank you.
He was a
he was marketed for 16 years. Sorry, I couldn't give you my time today.
He was marketed for 16 years.
Kweku.
8 years.
Still on the floor.
8 years as a running mate, 8 years as a vice president. He would have just been winning any year.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The most popular person in MPP
Professor Smartakon, thank you so much for passing through.
Was Ken.
Ken Japan is always
Prof, thank you, Prof.
The delegates in 2020.
That was because there was.
Thank you, Roland.
Okay.
And we all know.
But because you didn't consider that.
Now, if you want to look smart and fashionable, make sure you visit any Woodin boutique nationwide today. All right? And you have to do that this morning.
Your candidate was popular. But
Woodin is offering an amazing collection of authentic African fabrics, all ready to wear, coming in beautiful designs and colors for both men and women. Now, with Woodin, you also get to be creative and versatile with your designs. You also get to be confident, and you get to show off how truly African you are in Woodin. So go to any Woodin boutique near you today. Get to choose from their variety of trendy products to complement your style. And make sure you follow them on social media with the name Woodin Fashion. Gentlemen, so you said DMB will win?
No, he never said that.
Not said that.
You said Ken will win?
Ken will win.
You don't care?
quite
I
interesting.
like the community shots where the children were following Kim Promise and they were dancing.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like shots like that.
I mean, it's
shots
always nice, like you're bonding with the community,
exactly.
kind of. Yeah.
Shots that show
it's
the community
nice.
like that.
Yeah.
Shouts to Kim Promise and the good work you're doing. Shouts to Kim Promise for all the amazing numbers that he pulled in Asia and all the great numbers he's chalking on the charts. Good job. Good job. Good job. Anyway, it's time to give some money out. Isn't it?
Star 439 hash. You follow the prompt, and always you pick your favorite platform, which is right here on TV screen number 2. We're giving 10,000 Ghana cedis to 10 of you. It's the beginning of the week.
10,000.
10,000.
Okay, so 1,000 each.
Yes,
Say it
1,000
like
each.
that too, before people start getting.
Yeah, so 1,000.
So 1,000 to 10
1,000 to 10.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, 1,000
people.
to 10
Yes.
people.
So keep playing. The more you play, the higher chance of getting that 1,000 Ghana cedis to augment what you have for the rest of the week. You have
Charlie,
to start
how many
right
days to the end
financially.
of the month? 9.
Today is 19th,
Today's
right?
19th?
Yes.
So 11.
Minus, yeah. It's
11 days
almost
to the end
done,
of the month.
But it feels like from last week till now, it's been a bit slow, Anna.
I don't know. The government has to do something about it.
Do something about what? What exactly?
Oh, you know social media. Social media. So by the second week of the year, I started reading posts that said that it appears the days are going fast.
Yes, I saw that
January
too.
is not like the other Januaries because things are going well and such and such and such.
Yeah.
Then last week, I saw posts about this week has been too long. The government should do something about it.
Oh, so I'm actually not the only. Yeah, I just felt between last week and now. It's been a bit
anyway.
slow.
Well, for us, we are cruising, aren't we? And we're taking each day at a time, and we are playing cash out. So if you play cash out and you make a lot of money on the side, you don't feel the days are slow. The thing is what's going on in your pocket.
Yeah.
Because if you've got money in your pocket,
it's true.
The days don't move slowly. It's when you are waiting for payday that it feels like it's like watching paint dry. Like you're waiting.
No,
and
but
the days
at
are
this
not going
stage,
by.
with 11 days, if you're waiting for payday, I'm telling you, you're going to be in hot water.
You're going to be waiting for a long time.
Yeah, it's going to be
But,
very
you know,
long. You'll be counting
Charlie,
every second.
At this point, it's inshallah and vibes. God's got us.
Yeah.
Did I just notice we're both in brown?
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know who peeped into the other's wardrobe last night.
I didn't notice because Roland was here. What was he wearing? Orange. What was Roland wearing this morning?
He was wearing purple with some pink and I think
It
orange.
wasn't orange.
Blue,
Right.
yes. Okay, yeah.
Anyway, I love it. Is it from DeJoy?
Yes, this is from Edijoy.
Ah.
Edijoy_closet on social media. Find them in Dansoman, in East Legon, and on the La Road.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
Yeah,
Absolutely
love it.
love it.
Yeah,
They
so
take
we
care
are
of you.
twinning, we
So
are
the
twinning.
clothes, do they make them in your size or because you always get like the perfect size?
Yeah.
They have other sizes?
They have other sizes, yes.
All right. Okay, well, if you're looking for a university that will prepare your child for the future, then Academic City University is the best choice for you. At Academic City University, we don't just teach, we nurture creators, innovators, and leaders who would shape tomorrow's world. We offer undergraduate programs in engineering, computational sciences, business and communication arts, as well as our BSc in artificial intelligence and robotics engineering, which are the first and only one of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa. With world-class facilities, industry-experienced faculty, students who don't just learn the latest technology, they create it. And for working professionals and young graduates who have, we've got you covered. We've got our MSc programs in cybersecurity and data science analytics, as well as our professional certificate programs. So at Academic City University, our programs are practical, they are relevant, they're future-focused, and they are made just for you. So give us a call today. Call us on 026-269-3870 or visit act.edu.gh for more information. Admissions are currently open at Academic City University. Make your mark. Now, I'm sure a lot of us were able to watch the finale of the AFCON yesterday. If you didn't watch it, you've seen posts on social media. If you haven't seen it on social media, well, we've got all you need to know and more next in sports.
So on Sports Today, our team is giving us, or bringing us rather, a special coverage of that dramatic game between Senegal and Morocco. Watch this.
From Marrakesh's soul, you carried this cup with dignity and brilliance. We speak different, we play different, we love this game different. But here, under Moroccan skies, we stood side by side. One continent rising. So this is our grateful farewell. Without pretense, you showed us color, hospitality, and the courage to shine from Casablanca's pulse to Fez's ancient grace, from Marrakesh's soul. You carried this cup with dignity and brilliance. We speak different, we play different, we love this game different. But here, under Moroccan skies, we stood side by side.
Green with yellow trim, it is the final. History is set to be made. Africa, hold your breath. Final minutes here. Opportunity to feed, back post, steered away by Diouf. Kept alive though. Tarkhalin. Hakimi. Well, this is the earlier attempt.
Well struck, really.
Ooh. El Hadji Malik Diouf might just have given Morocco an opportunity to claim it late on here. Referee, he's made his decision. This could define history. Penalty! Robert roars! The final to get underway again. Brahim Diaz to give Morocco the lead. Chips up Anenka down the middle, and humiliatingly, Mendy saves it. Stays on his line, the opportunity gone, and maybe now we are going to go to extra time.
Now this is how do you explain this? How strong you are mentally. This is it now.
And here's a man who's got all the mental strength in the world. Maybe lost a yard or two of pace, Sadio Mane, but he inspires an attack. Senegal thrust forward. Popke! Sensational! Stellar! Supreme Senegal! Maybe in extra time they've reduced the moment. And it's Popke with his third of the tournament. Senegal score their first ever goal in an Africa Cup of Nations final. And it is utterly outstanding. Mane-inspired build-up. And this is unlike what we've seen from the fans as well. Some have vacated their seats now. Delivery through, great chance, and Bunu saves, and then swept wide by a man who scored. So it'll be a long walk for Morocco. There is still drizzle that falls on this stadium and on the players.
Now I can tell you, when you're a runner-up and it's in your home turf, that hurts. That hurts, believe me. It's difficult to keep back the tears if you know you've invested so much for your fatherland on home turf.
Hakimi is being consoled.
Yeah.
Morocco win the Fair Play award, and this will be precious little consolation for a Moroccan side that dreamed of claiming the trophy. Morocco with the Fair Play trophy. It's the captain Achraf Hakimi who collects it. Devastating loss in this Africa Cup of Nations final. The goalkeeper of the tournament, well, there were a few who stood out, but Yassine Bounou is the goalkeeper of the tournament. He was outstanding again. He is warmly embraced by Kalidou Koulibaly. They play in Saudi Arabia together, and Edouard Mendy as well, also in Saudi Arabia. Congratulating Yassine Bounou. And again, this might feel like a consolation rather than the main prize he came to claim. But he remains one of Africa's greatest ever in between the sticks.
You know, my friend, when they say goalkeeper wins games for you or points for you, they're talking of goalkeepers like Bono.
Yeah, I mean, 917 minutes he went without conceding a goal in international football until Sinayoko sent one beyond him.
Penalty.
A penalty, exactly. Fouzi Lekjar with a few more words for the 34-year-old. One of the great Moroccan players, elite shot stopper with big game mentality, is the goalkeeper of the tournament. He was exceptional in one-on-ones, rarely flustered. A man who could produce the moments that define history. Couldn't quite get it over the line here. Brahim Diaz, it'll be precious little consolation for him, claiming the top goal scorer prize. But he is thoroughly deserving. He lit the tournament up with 5 goals in 5 successive matches. The first ever Moroccan player to not only score 4, but to score 5 in a single edition of the Africa Cup of Nations. Top goal scorer in qualifying, top goal scorer in the finals. It's been a remarkable campaign for Brahim Diaz, but he missed the penalty. But that won't define him, will it?
No, it won't at all. But let's not forget that had this guy not been here, I don't know if the journey would have been this smooth for Morocco, because he did help them out when they had difficulties. So well deserved, top player.
It's not because he has disappointed those around him. He'll feel disappointed because he knows he could have done better, and that is sometimes tough to live with.
Well, what makes you a genius is that you don't think like others. So if you want to be a great legend, you have to think out of the box.
The trophy being handed over. The symbol of African football, shaped by history, polished by dreams, is ready to be claimed. On foreign soil, against the odds, against the hosts, against the noise, Senegal deepen their legacy, and they are at the summit again. Sadio Mane given the honour of hoisting the trophy aloft. The Lions of Teranga standing tall, champions once more, a generation that refuses to let go of greatness and to deepen their legacy even further. This was a statement to African football. It runs from the Sahel to the Saloum, from the Dakar to the Delta. And they did it all on foreign soil yet again. Senegal are champions for a second time. It was spectacular, it was standout, it was stirring. And now they can enjoy the moment. For Senegal, it is celebration time. I want to give you a chance before we go to say a final few words about this tournament and about anything you might want to touch on as well.
Well, I think this has been a blast. It's been one of the best AFCONs I've seen. The organization, the quality of the football on show. And I think this is a lesson to African nations. You reap what you invest. The Senegalese team have been investing in their football for over a decade now, and they've been reaping. The same thing with the Moroccans. We're talking about the stadium. Both countries are reaping from what they've invested. If you want to succeed in football, that creates employment, that creates jobs, that creates an industry, that gets the youths off the streets, that makes people, you know, have their dreams come true. You create, to do that, you need to invest in your football without thinking otherwise. And that's what these nations have done. And let's see what happens. God keep us alive in the next 2 years.
I mean, the excitement is very obvious and was obvious yesterday. But I must say that I'm very happy for Senegal. I think last week or 2 weeks ago, I said that I was supporting Senegal and Nigeria in those games. Unfortunately, Nigeria lost, so kind of double trouble. But I'm very happy that Senegal got it. But then there was this whole drama that surrounded this to an extent that the players, Senegal players, had to, you know, go to the dressing room and all of that. If you can tell us more about what happened. Yes, Oreku, welcome back, first of all.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome back from Morocco.
From
Great
where?
to have you back.
Which Morocco? I was here.
Oh, you didn't go?
No.
It was Bilishen.
Yeah, I know Bilishen went, but you know, his pictures look very international.
Oh.
So
but he was in US earlier for the World Cup. So maybe those are the pictures you showed, right?
No.
Oh, okay.
Well,
sorry.
welcome back.
Thank you.
Great to have you. Now, what happened on the pitch? Why did Senegal leave?
So I think it was unprecedented. We've not seen anything like that. Not even just in African football, but in world football.
Not even Hassan Kotoko.
No. I don't think I've ever seen it. Especially in the final. And, you know, it was a very dramatic last bit of the game where the referee had added 4 minutes. And, you know, the match went on goalless. And then the referee added 4 minutes at the end of the game. But somewhere around the 91st minute, Senegal thought they had scored after Ismail Assar, you know, converted from a rebound in the penalty box after a corner to Senegal. However, the referee blew the whistle for a foul before Sarr could, you know, apply the finishing touch. And so he says that there was a push in the build-up sec on Hakimi. And so because he blew his whistle before the goal was scored, that meant that he cannot go and check VAR. And so play continued. Morocco went on the attack. They got a corner. And then from the corner, the referee stops the game that, VAR are checking something. That apparently there was a pull on Brahim Diaz. And so the Senegalese players are enraged that you just scored, you didn't take it. And then you're saying now it's a penalty. So he goes to the VAR screen, checks, and confirms that it's a penalty. And it's just back and forth. The coaches start fighting. The players come on the pitch. The players on the bench. And so after 2 minutes of back and forth, so the Senegalese players start coming in. That was a call from their coach, Pape Diaw, to go to the dressing room. And so they start actually walking towards the dressing room. However, Sadio Mane is on the touchline, and he's kind of like torn in between whether to go or to stay. And so he starts signaling to the team to actually come back. And he goes to have a conversation with Claude Leroy, who is a coach that has been on the continent for a very, very long time, very experienced. And it's now been reported that Claude Leroy said that, Mane asked him that, if you're in my situation, what would you do? And he told him that, I would get on and play. You never know. It's a game of football. And so he does that, goes to see another Senegalese legend in El Hadji Diouf. Diouf was on a call with someone, I don't know who it was, but after that, Mane came back and started calling back the players. And so, Mane is a very influential guy. So they obey and they come out. And after all about 10, 12 minutes of all this drama, the referee still upholds the decision as a penalty. And it's literally the last kick of the Africa Cup of Nations. If Morocco score, they win their first trophy in 50 years. The last time they won was 1976. And so Brahim Diaz, who won the penalty, picks up the ball, kisses it, and then tries a very cheeky panenka, more like a chip down the middle, thinking that the goalkeeper is going to dive on the other side.
Yeah.
But the thing about Mendy is that Mendy doesn't...
went straight into his arms.
Yeah, Mendy doesn't really dive for penalties.
Straight into his arms.
And so I don't know whether it was a strategy or whether he expected it, but
or he doesn't know him.
Yeah, because if you watch Mendy from Chelsea, he doesn't really go into the corners for penalties.
Oh.
And so I think Aguero also tried a similar panenka some few years ago, and he stayed in the middle and he caught it. So, I mean, it was a bit surprising. Clearly, the coach afterwards...
Moroccans are going to...
He was very, very angry. The coach was very, very... Because it felt a bit disrespectful to try that. It was literally the last... So after the penalty, the referee blew he blew the whistle that it's full time. So you're going to extra time. And then in extra time, Senegal end up scoring.
Yeah.
And so it was a very dramatic sequence of events. But in the end, it's just... Sometimes it's destiny. Maybe this was the only way Senegal could have won the trophy. But it was probably a bit too dramatic for my liking. But I mean, in the end, we just have to congratulate them. I don't think it's a good precedent. If they did go on to, try and abort the game and go into a dressing room, that won't be a good precedent. And even though they were successful with this, I still don't think it's a good precedent because no matter how much you feel that the referee has cheated you or whatever it is, you still have to observe the spirit of fair play and finish the game. And so maybe, the coach apologized.
Maybe they decided because, I mean, what is fair about this? Let me just go and,
I think at the end of the day, you might want to say, it's fair, it's not fair. You feel cheated, there's no justice and all, but you have to finish the game. Once you start, you have to finish it. It's the right thing to do.
Well, thank God for that conversation that eventually encouraged the person that, well, you may never know what will happen. And that's why perhaps I agree with a bit about maybe it was their time to win. Because then this conversation probably wouldn't
go Senegal. And aside that little disagreement, I think the final was very nice. From the ceremony, Idris Elba's monologue, the music, the colors, the stage. It's always so fascinating how they are quickly able to roll onto the pitch, that stage.
Yeah.
Where is it? How did they do it? I always find it
the
fascinating.
lighting, the fire.
I've always dreamed of working behind in production. For these games. I've always dreamed of working in production for these games to see exactly how they are able to move so fast.
What goes into it?
Yeah.
So fast.
Because the game kicks off just 20 minutes after this. So.
It's the speed with which they do it that impresses me.
Yeah.
But anyway, thank you, Oweku, a resident macho man, for bringing us the sports news. Stay with us. When we come back, we'll delve straight into our pieces and conversations on our road transport system. Stay with us.
On Newday on TV3. Well, the journey ends on Sunday. That is this coming Sunday, the 25th of January 2026, as Mentor crowns its next star. 6 finalists, 1 winner, 1 historic night. Tiki and Dikwams Achedie, Kwekushai, Ivy Hollies and DNA go head-to-head in a battle of vocal dexterity, electrifying performances and dazzling dance steps in the Mentor finale. Who walks away with the ultimate prize? Find out live at the National Theatre this Sunday, the 25th of January 2026 at 8 p.m. sharp. Tickets are already selling at 50 Ghana cedis. The stage is set, the vote and performances decide it all. To push your favorite contestant to the grand prize, just dial *713*13# or download the MG Reality app. Vote now and keep the dream alive. Be there live at the National Theatre and cheer your contestant to victory. It will be an exciting performance. See you there. It's at the National Theatre, 25th of January 2026 at 8 p.m. Tickets are selling at 50 Ghana cedis. Well, dreaming of watching the 2026 FIFA World Cup live in the USA, Canada, or Mexico? Well, let the visa stress stay off the pitch. At Touchdown Travels, we guide you step by step from documentation to interview preparation so you can cheer your team live. Touchdown Travels, your stress-free travel agency for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. We're also located at the LOC building at Dabraka. Contact us now on 059-3434-175. Touchdown Travels. We handle the journey, you enjoy the moment. So if you want to take part in the 2026 FIFA World Cup in the USA, Canada, you just have to go there and you'll be sorted by Touchdown Travels. Well, are you ready to scratch, win, and live your dreams? Review Scratch for Win is here to change your life. Just dial *850*3# to stand the chance to win up to 1 million Ghana cedis in cash prizes instantly. It's easy, it's exciting, and it's regulated by the National Lottery Authority. Just dial *850*3# or visit www.scratchforwin.com to play now. It's easy to play. 1. Simply dial *850*3# on all networks. 2. You select your preferred stake amount between 5 Ghana cedis and 2,000 Ghana cedis. 3. You choose your lucky card out of 5 exciting options. 4. You confirm your selection and enter your Momo PIN. And 5. Receive your game results and winnings instantly. Yes, it's easy, fun, and exciting. Get ready to scratch, win, and live your best life with Review Scratch for Win. Up to 1 million Ghana cedis for grabs today. Now, dial *850*3# is the short code to play on all networks, or visit www.scratchforwin.com to play now. Review Scratch for Win. Scratchy keke. Reveal is strictly for persons 18 years and beyond. Review Scratch for Win is powered by Super Cash Games.
Super Cash Games,
Yes.
Thank you so much. Now, we told you we were going to bring you that conversation on our road transport system. This morning, my colleague Christian Yali has joined the train that's moving from Accra to Tema, just to see how the shuttle works, how the train works, what commuters think, and more importantly, drawing attention of the government and inviting conversations about shifting the transportation focus from the trotro system to the railway sector to further develop the railway sector and ease the traffic on our roads. Let's cross over now to Christian Yali.
Yes, and so this is the Adogonos train station. Indeed, when you look at the history of Ghana's railway system, you would realize that over the years, it has been largely focused in the south. Now, for the past few years, a number of the government have attempted to undertake expansion of the railway system to extend the lines to other areas in the country. In fact, there are even proposals or attempts to have what we call the cross-border train system. And so I have purchased my ticket. This cost me 8 cedi for ordinary ones, and then we know that there are first-class people who need to purchase a ticket for 10 cedi. We are looking at how government is able to reshift focus from public transportation, from vehicles to the railway system, and how that could help to ease congestion. And so this train is coming all the way from Tema Harbour. It stops at Sakomono, then makes a stop at an area where they call Greensland, and then it comes all the way to this place at Dogono, and then other stops along the way, which I would be showing you. So that is a train coming right now and arriving. You realize that there are quite a number of people, very impressive indeed, that you realize that there are a number of people who have gathered here joining this coach all the way to Accra. There are some who are going to alight at Tetakwashe or Accra Mall, like many would call it. There are others who are also going to alight at Jowulu, Circle, among other areas, and Aveno and all of those places, and Adona. But you realize that when you look at the track or the rail line, there is massive encroachment. Now people stay very closer to this area, such that that encroachment and how their sewage continue to even fill up the rail lines is a major challenge. And you realize that along the way, and as we'll be showing you along the way, this is the situation. Now, because we have also, bought our ticket and we are going to join this coach, we'll have to get into this train with the other passengers, so that, but you realize that there are different coaches. There are different coaches of them, which have different people, and a number of people who are in this particular train. We'll get to interact with some of them as we move along to get to share their experiences and how convenient or otherwise it is joining this coach instead of using public transport. But you realize that, as it were, this is one that is less patronized, but you realize this is even a good patronage by resident here. And so myself, I need to join this, and then my cameraman would also join me inside, so that we get to move with the other passengers who are using this. And so, as it were, it just presupposes that very shortly we are going to move. But you see quite a number of people in this coach. For instance, the other coaches too, you see a lot of people there who are making patronage of this train system, or this shuttle, which is coming all the way from Tema Harbour and making its way to Accra. There are a number of stops along the way that we would be talking to you or speaking to you about. And so that is the situation here. You realize that even more people are coming to join the train, and you realize that this master here is also issuing the ticket to more people and those who couldn't get it on ground before boarding. But let me speak to you.
If we use the actual roads, it's more congested with cars, and these days you really get transportation to your various destinations. So the train doesn't stop that much. So I think it's better than using public transport.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much. And so she really believes that it is better using the train, or focusing attention on the train system, so that we get to ease congestion. Maybe I should just grab a seat for a while. Standing is not easy. But we are on our way to Accra, to Circle, to Accra Mall. And once in a while you hear the horn, also to signal that caution that there is a train on the way. Because when you look across, when you look around, you realize that there are a lot more of houses and shops that are sited very close to the rail line. What is your experience like using it?
Well, I would say that it's fast, and it helps us to get to our destinations early. Yes, and in terms of the cost, I think it's quite moderate.
I would try to see the gentleman in a blue shirt. I would try to talk to you. briefly to, okay, he wouldn't want to talk to me now. He wouldn't want to talk to me now, but I think that the average, expression or the views expressed so far indicates that many would prefer this system of transportation as compared to the regular vehicles that lock up in hours of vehicular traffic and sweat and all of that. And as many would say, in this country, especially in the capital, people work in traffic more than working in their various offices, because you endure that on a daily basis, right in the morning, during the rush hours, and also in the evenings.
Say every station train be wo why be fan microphone and ka be boy say traffic na work room na too much. Nti me ma dwen no sanka ye benya train ni bia e na fair no so anka be ba fam I say first na fair ni ye less me hu say microphone fo pa ba since o mutu mu me hu say enye mabium e san so a obelu sinti sanka mbeti so kakra na say microphone ni be fa ni dodo say no mu fa ni first na anka be boy.
Yes. The one in the refrigerator. Okay, great. So I will seek to see if I can move to a different coach. If I could move to a different coach to have a quick interaction with some of them who are on board this coach as well. So you realize that we've made a move. We've moved from one coach to the other.
Yes, so I started boarding it last month. Yes, and that's compared to the usual trotro I used to take to the workplace. I think this one it's okay because compared to the minute I get to the workplace, I will choose the train over the normal trotro. Yes.
So you feel that it's more convenient and easy to use?
Very well, and as a country, I think we've come too far to be relying on only one mode of transport as in using only the road. So I think this is more efficient.
More efficient. But let me speak to the lady just beside you. Okay, she wouldn't want to speak to camera right now, but that is the situation. You realize that there is even a student here who is also using this option. Let me speak to you briefly, because then you are using this option and not using the trotro. Is it that it helps you to get to school early enough?
Yeah, mostly. Yeah.
So it helps you to get to school. Have you used trotro and ended up arriving at school late?
Like sometimes if I use the trotro, I get to school late. But if I use the train, I get to the school.
Where are you going to school?
Dansuma.
Dansuma?
Yeah.
Okay, so where would you alight and pick a car from there, or the train will get you to your destination?
The Circle Station.
Circle Station. Yeah. And then you will board a car from there to Dansuma?
Yeah.
Which means that from there the traffic will be very less?
Yeah.
Actually, this is my first time boarding a train, so I don't have much experience about how the system runs and how it is done here. But so far I'm loving it. I think it's cool. It's convenient and it's safe and it's fast. So
in the past, we have heard from other bosses of the Ghana Railway Development Authority mention that, see, if Ghana wants to enhance its railway sector, then indeed we should be able to invest some $30 billion into the railway sector to revitalize it across the country. The very latest one which has been added, which has been the Tema and Pakadan rail line, which has been in the news for quite some good reasons and the bad reasons, is like the very latest rail line which has been added to the fleet of rail lines that we have. And as I told you from the beginning, government is even making that effort or attempt to even do what we have, the cross-border rail, so that you'd have shuttles moving from Accra or from the capital to other capitals in Burkina Faso and other neighboring countries for that matter. And so would want to really have that conversation to see how much we need to invest. Just when we go to Achimota, the train had to make a stop. The head, which was moving to that direction where it is coming from now, was detached. It is now using the other rail line. What it means is that the head is now going to join the shuttle at the front where it previously used to be the back. Then we can now move back to Accra. And it is an interesting development indeed, one that I want to get a quick understanding into. Senior, so what's your name?
My name is Michael Clement.
what role do you play concerning this train?
I am the locomotive driver in charge.
The locomotive driver in charge. What does this mean that you detach the head at this point, send it to the other end before we move back to Accra?
Yes, because if I will say Accra is at the south.
Yes.
Yes, and we came from the north side. So we have to stable it at the station. In fact, when we were coming, we went to that same point. We prepared to the station, and we had before we can go to Accra. You see, because the loco is at the back, now it is at the back. Yeah. When we came, we stable at the platform. The loco came at the back of the coaches. Yeah. So we have to go to the front in order for us to go to Accra. That is why we are turning like that.
A train could have two heads at the back and in front as well.
Yes, the one at Tema, right? The old DMU and the new DMU. You could see that we have two caps at the other ends. Yeah, at both ends. Yeah.
Don't worry. Zero. And so right now you see that the head is now joining the coaches at the other end. It has moved all the way from the south or the north side to the south, so that we are able to move back towards Accra. That is how it is. And so now we'll begin to prepare to make movement from here to Accra. Now you see the locomotive head, Michael Clement, now going to join, and then would quickly move back to or towards Accra. We've been coming all the way from Tema, and so that is the situation right now. We need to get in quickly before the train moves.
Things say if a bit me about twice, and I say be away quite for so I follow, and no bad bomb. Kakra, there's no one who say, oh, it's a where they qua, way by it, a better second one. I had to say, Trotter, say, wait, Chumujawa, unim secanic, there's more car there, a bedding, a bed binding, or better, I'll be near a body.
And so we have just arrived at the Kantamanto train station. It's been quite a ride, quite a little over an hour from where we boarded at Adogono or around the Bachona area. This train has been moving from Tema Harbour all the way to this side. And so I would just alight and then get quick reactions from some of the passengers.
When you are coming, you can see that there are people who have encroached, and you see these night workers, weed smokers and others. From the various houses, their sewage water, they've channeled it to come to the drains. Yeah. So when it rains, it's somehow difficult. Yeah. Sometimes they don't want to ask it to go.
Okay, so this is my third experience, and so if I can say their timing is always perfect. Like when it's our place, it's at Adegono, and they arrived there at 6:40, and before we got there, the train was already there. It's only 6:38, and it's perfect for me.
Great.
Yeah.
Would you recommend that government makes this sector, the railway sector, even more effective, so that it eases the pressure on the trotro and the regular public transportation system?
Definitely. I think last 3 weeks we decided to pick the normal car to Accra, and then we stood by the roadside for almost an hour, running around looking for just the right car to pick and all that. So yes, I would encourage the government to invest more in the railway system.
So roughly it takes you how long from Adogono, right?
1
hour.
Like
an hour.
Yeah.
That's where I also boarded it from, so I can testify to that.
Okay, exactly 1 hour.
Exactly 1 hour.
Yeah.
That's great. Thank you. And so that has been the experience. Myself, it is my very first time using the railway system. But like some were mentioning, when you look along the rails, when you look at the slabs and all of that, you see a lot of refuse or waste along it. And even in the market, this is around the Kantamanto market, you see that there are a lot of market women or the traders who have encroached the rail line very, very close, and it is a dangerous one. It poses danger. We've heard stories, or we've seen or told you stories about how people get knocked down, how vehicles come interfere with the movement of the train and whatnot. But if anything at all, the story we are telling you today is that government needs to more or less boost the railway sector to ease the regular traffic and congestion and pressure on the vehicles in town, so that it becomes even a more convenient means of transportation for people. Together with my cameraman John Ipens, we boarded this train right from Adogono thereabouts. In an hour's time, we are here in Accra. That is the story we are telling, and we hope that going forward, our public transportation system would become better for a country that has grown to this stage. Back to you in studios.
And yes, that's a package from my colleague Christian Yali. So many things we want to say about this train and the transport system and the neighborhoods. I don't want to call them slums. The neighborhoods.
They looked like slums
along
actually.
the railway
They
line.
looked like slums. The dirt, even the quality of the train. It's like scrap. Forgive me, but
How old is
I
that
won't
train?
board that.
Well, it is obviously the primary means of transportation for a lot of the people who are on the train this morning.
Because it was full, eh?
Yes, but if the look of the train is anything to go by, it does not look in the best of shape.
Yeah.
We will continue on this railway story, and we will bring you more information on it while we invite the government to consider expanding the railway sector so that the pressure on the trotro and the Uber and taxi system would help reduce the traffic on our roads if we divert to the railway system. But that's all the show time will allow us for today. We couldn't bring you birthdays. Please forgive us. Tomorrow we'll add today's birthdays to tomorrow's birthdays.
So do send them again.
Yes. So please watch out for your requests tomorrow. Otherwise, my name is Nasha Ko. I've been here this morning with
Beatrice Edu.
and Roland Walker. We'll be back tomorrow.